Every time we'd go to someone's house, I'd be opening their cabinet doors up, seeing how they were made, and I thought, I can do that. I was very naive. I was 28 years old. We were doing tenant improvement work. We'd go into an empty space and build it out, but I was starting to have trouble getting money from these guys for whatever reason. Then I got a phone call from my attorney one morning, and he said, "Steve, are you sitting down?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Well, you better pick up a copy of today's Seattle Post-Intelligencer because your buddy is on the front page. He just got arrested in an FBI sting operation with a briefcase full of cocaine. These two guys that I was contracting for were involved in a drug smuggling ring with organized crime. They owed us about $100,000, and we owed nearly all of that money to everybody else, suppliers and subcontractors and employees, and we just lost it all." And I remember coming home one day. I was up in our bedroom, and I just laid on the floor, and I told my wife that I'd really messed up. I didn't know how I was going to make the house payment, and I didn't know how we were going to eat that month. And well, Carolyn came and laid down with me and put her arms around me and said, "Steve, I believe in you, and God will provide." I remember sitting in front of my attorney and accountant, and they looked at me and said, "Steve, you've just been had." And I said, I know it doesn't look good. I don't know how and I don't know where, but if it takes me the rest of my life, I'm going to pay these people back. And I remember the attorney saying, "That's not the way the world works. Within a month, you'll have a dozen lawsuits filed against you. Bill collectors will be harassing your wife day and night. Your life is going to become a living hell." And I said, "Sir, life's already a living hell. And maybe you're right. Maybe this is what I'll have to do, but first I'm going to try it my way." I sent a letter to every single person I owed money to explaining what happened. And then I followed up with a personal visit or phone call and told them that all I had to offer them was my good name. If they would trust me, I would pay them every dime with interest. I'd been reading these trade magazines and learning about this thing they called frameless cabinets, which was kind of a novelty at that time. And to me, it looked really simple, it looked really efficient, and in 1986 and 87, I switched cold turkey and started building frameless cabinets. Dealers started asking me to build cabinets for them. And that's when the lights went on that, hey, maybe I could build a business around manufacturing. Eventually was actually making good money again. It took us 6.5 years to pay off every bill. It's often been said that overnight success in business is 15 years, and for me it took a little longer. In 2004, we built out this 185,000 square foot facility, and we saw a huge upswing in business. Since that time, we've grown by fivefold. We're the industry leader. We don't apologize for success in terms of growth and finance. We unabashedly want to be successful because if we are successful financially, then we've got 300 employees that can go home with their paychecks and take care of their families. Thousands of customers that can enjoy making a meal around a beautiful kitchen. Dealers who make a living by selling our products and installing them. We're passionate about our cabinets. We're passionate about our customers. We're passionate about our vendors. We're passionate about our business.
At Belmont, we know details matter. Small additions to thoughtful designs can make a large impact on daily life. It's our hope when your kitchen is complete, you have features that make your space feel personal. Because in life, we believe it's the little things that matter most.
I get the privilege of sitting here with my friend and mentor, who many of you know, Dr. Robert Marbut, who's the former czar of homelessness under the first Trump administration. And I know many of you know Dr. Marbut. He's been on your campus. And so it's great to sit here with you and have a conversation. Just a little while ago, we had a conversation with many of our city officials from here in Houston. And so what I would love is if you could kind of help paint a picture of what's happening in the homeless situation, the addiction situation here in Houston.
And candidly, what you got going on in Houston is really similar to pretty much the rest of the country. You know, maybe the magnitude's worse in the larger cities, you know, both the volume and a percent. But what we now have in the United States is an epidemic of untreated mental illness. And now you have so many people self-medicating because the untreated mental illness wasn't taken care of. And that was bad enough. But then 5 years ago, fentanyl comes on the scene. And when you start sort of self-medicating with fentanyl, that then creates not only all your original problems, but you have all these other problems that come with it too. And that's true pretty much everywhere in the United States now. Just that's, you know, a problem. And there are myths out there, and there are myths on the left, there are myths on the right. You know, the myth on the right is that substance use is like caused it all. Substance use exacerbates the problem totally, but recreational drug use is about 7 or 8% of the problem. What the biggest part of the problem is the untreated mental illness, self-medicating inappropriately. So that is a substance use disorder, but that's not the precipitating factor. Was the failure to deal with the untreated mental illness. Then it becomes a substance use disorder. Now you got both of those going on board. And then, you know, on the left, you have this sort of myth that if you just give things away, it will fix things. And treatment fixes problems. Treatment leads to recovery. Doing nothing does not solve either of those.
Right, right. So the conversation we had here was with like Wayne Young from the Harris Center and all that. So how do you see organizations like Open Door here in Houston and of course many of the others across the country that are watching, how do you see us partnering with like our community mental health services and things like that? If that's such a high need, how do you see us better partnering with them to make better use of our spaces? Yeah. So what do you see as the best partnerships for us, like Open Door Mission here in Houston and those that are watching around the country that are participating in this and doing very similar things that we're doing here in Houston? How do you see us better leaning into the problems as you described it?
Well, I think you have to have partnerships because most city gate rescue missions do not have that onboard skill or talent. Some do, and lean in it if you do. But if you don't have that in your either program mix or your staffing mix or your expertise, then reach out to experts and bring them in. And I think it's very important that the faith community be opening to partner with the secular community, like what's happened in Baltimore. What the Helping Up mission in Baltimore, what you've done in partnering in their case with John Hopkins, you with the Mental Health Authority here. I know it has formal name, but nobody will know the name on the outside.
Right, that's true.
And so working together gives you that expertise, and that has to be the focus. It has to be. Right now, the largest study ever done on street level homelessness, so people literally living on the street are coming in and out of missions, whether it's the Salvation Army, whether it's a City Gate mission, or a secular, one of the large independents. What we know is 3/4 of those folks coming in have untreated mental illness, and 3/4 have a substance use disorder. Now, in most cases, not all, it starts with the untreated mental illness and then it evolves in a substance use disorder. Now, in some cases, it's the opposite, but the majority is that way. So if you're not dealing with those two things, you will not move the needle. In fact, I used to say the money being spent was unproductive, well-intended, well-meaning. I'm now starting to get a little bit militant that when you spend your money poorly, and promote things like safe conception sites, when you promote the real radical extreme versions of harm reduction, I actually think that's what's helping make things worse. And I used to give more benefit of the doubt, and I know it's well-meaning, and I know people are really did what they thought was right, but it didn't work. Homeless was supposed to end in 10 years.
Right.
Back in 2012, they announced it will end in there. And the amount of money now being spent is almost 4 times more than it was 12 years ago. Not quite there, but getting close. And if you're spending that amount of money on a model and you're not really solving it and it's actually getting worse, maybe we need to rethink it. And I think the time's there. And you're starting to see some really unusual coalitions get formed, on both sides of the aisle, different demographics and such, that are coming together and saying, we really got to work on the root causes, because the root cause has never been the loss of the roof. Never. It starts with the untreated mental illness, you start self-medicating, and then you stop showing up at work, or you show up at work and you're out of it, then you lose your job. When you lose your job, you lose your finances, you lose your rent, and then you lose your credit rating and you go through all your credit, and then once you do that, Then you start couch surfing with family and friends. Once you burn through those relationships, you move to the car. Then your car gets towed because you didn't do the license, you didn't do the registration. It gets towed. Then they come and see folks like you and come to a mission like this.
So in other words, homelessness is really more of a symptom of a deeper rooted issue than it is like the problem.
It's a very complex set of things. The roof is one of the problems, but so is your credit rating, so is your ability to have a job, so is their family reunification. You got to build all that back. And that recovery does not occur without treatment.
Yeah.
And, you absolutely have to have compassion. That's what the faith community has been great at. But you have to also have accountability.
Yeah,
And if you don't, if you don't have compassion, that's just being mean. And if you have compassion only without accountability, that's enablement. And, we learned that up somebody like a grassroots worker up in Seattle, one of your sisters group out of Seattle told that to us, and we were like, wow, that just sums. Now, one thing I want to say, just because there's a big philosophical question going on in America about faith involvement, no faith involvement, and what. Shortly after the Civil War, when we had our first round of widows, orphans, combat veterans with literally missing limbs, multiple limbs, blown out eardrums after the Civil War. There was no VA. The Department of Defense didn't provide it. And if you were from the southern states, you didn't get anything. And so the people who stepped up to help the injured veterans on all sides and stepped up to the widows and the orphans were 3 faith communities. Within 3 or 4 or 5 years after the Civil War, they're up and fully going. One is Salvation Army, who comes from all the way, they come over from England, they quickly expanded through the United States. The American Red Cross started that time, they've become more of a secular version of their original self, but they were very faith-oriented at that time. And then yours, it started with the Bowery Mission and went through multiple names and Union Gospel Rescue Mission and stuff, now the Citygate Network. But all 3 of those start shortly after the Civil War. And they quickly move into homelessness.
Right.
And the federal government does not get involved in homelessness until 1987 is the first time the federal government takes an official stance under President Reagan, and Jack Kemp is Secretary of HUD. That's the first formal involvement of homelessness. So for about 120 years, the faith community led the way in this area, and government came in last. And if you want to be cynical, you might say, and I don't totally agree with it.
We are far beyond being cynical.
Yeah. If you want to be cynical, you could go, well, when the federal government got involved, it started going worse. And I don't believe that. I think the substance use that started to dramatically increase is really the real reason. But I think it's important for government not forget the faith community at all. And I think it's important for the faith community to be willing to work with your partners in government and secular groups too, because in the end of the day, we want to help as many people get out of this condition as possible. That should be our goal. How many people can we get to self-sufficiency who no longer need these services on this beautiful campus and the other campuses across the country, but how do we get you to self-sufficiency? And so you're not going to do it. This problem has gotten so big, just the magnitude of numbers. We need everybody we can helping, not just one niche or this niche or one way. We need a lot of different ways with a lot of different partnerships working together.
Sure. So you have, I think I've been in maybe over 100 Citygate missions to this point, and you probably have me beat on that in a big way.
I think I've been about 300-ish.
Wow,
so.
and we have just over 300.
Yeah.
So you've been in almost all of them. In fact, most of you sitting on a bench right now, you've had Dr. Marbut at your place in one capacity or another. I know the burning question they have is which one's the best, but we're not going to go down that road. As much as I know, Matt's watching this and he's itching for you to say that his is the best, but Matt, we're not going to do that. But Can you tell me some of the insights that you learned from those organizations that you wish other groups in this industry would learn from what we're doing in Citygate?
I think, when you look at the best in class now, which is Helping Up Mission and Johns Hopkins, first it's the partnership and willing to partner with somebody who on the surface doesn't look like you got much in common at all. And they came together, and it took 3 or 4 years to debug it and going, and now they have just the most phenomenal success rate in the country. And it's faith-based and clinical-based, and they have found an intersection. It's not the old oil and water. It's not they're fighting. They have found the intersection where both, I do this better than you do this better than us, and I think and I've been to some independent missions and some missions around the country, and they don't see what they don't see. Fortunately, that's not many, but we need to be open to those partnerships and open to the partnerships with people who don't necessarily agree with how we think about everything, because just the volume alone, that should be the siren call to do something. But we also need expertise. I mean, a lot of us in the faith mission world don't have the mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse, but somebody else does. So let's partner with them. Some other people might do much better in job training than we might naturally. So we need to bring that in. And so partnerships, working together and focusing on untreated mental illness and substance abuse. And now with the fentanyl, really, I've been asked a few times in the last couple of weeks with all the, Drug Awareness Month and stuff like that. Fentanyl really entered into America in 2 places. Now it's everywhere, but the 2 sort of patient 01 and patient 02 was inside of the homelessness community on the streets, especially the West Coast cities. It got fentanyl infiltrated very quickly into there because they already had distribution networks, basically direct ties, from the Mexican cartels and the Canadian biker gangs just really quick. But the other was, for lack of a better word, middle class folks who had gone through joint replacement, shoulder joint, knee, ankle, hip. They were being prescribed synthetic opioids, and everybody was being told they're not addictive, and they turned out totally wrong, turned out to be incredibly addictive. And when suddenly all those prescriptions stopped being written, so you had millions of people getting prescriptions, hundreds of thousands addicted, and they could not get their supply filled. And the hospitals stopped prescribing, but they were all addicted. And it was, we all know about Purdue Pharma, and that's all written about. But nobody paid any attention to how you're going to take all these people who are addicted and how do we wean you off that. Nobody paid any attention to that. And so the combination of that with the homelessness, also nobody paid attention to how do we get you off of fentanyl. And then those 2 communities basically merge in terms of it. And now more people have died in fentanyl in the last 4.5 years than all American wars for 100 years. So if you add up, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Gulf War I, Gulf War II, Kosovo, a few of the UN actions, the global war on terror, and several others, add them all up together, more people have died in about 4.5 years of fentanyl death than all American men and women, servicemen in combat theater.
Wild, absolutely wild. So not only were you the czar of homelessness, you also are a documentary filmmaker where you actually spend some time talking about fentanyl, and you go into a deeper dive in this, which, by the way, I highly recommend the documentary. Can you tell us a little bit about the documentary and how people can, because you take this and you really dive deep into the subject.
And it's called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. Billy Baldwin is our narrator, and then we have people across the political spectrum, ideological spectrum. We have, families that have been hurt themselves, all the way to really smart people in their particular industry. And what we learned again, I mean, this lesson keeps repeating itself in American history, that if you don't treat the root cause, you end up not doing any service to the people you're individually helping, and then you hurt the community while you waste money. Mm-hmm. So you have to work on the the real root causes, not what your organization is suited to do. And so, if your organization's in the house building, it's all about building the house. If it's this or that, we have to really start with learn the root cause first. Peter Drucker always talked about, I went to the Peter Drucker University, and he always talked about, you got to know your exact problem to solve it.
Yeah.
And he often talked about what you measure gets done, and I added a Robertism: what gets measured gets done, and if you measure the wrong thing gets done.
Wow.
And so we need to be focusing on self-sufficiency. How do you get real recovery, not superficial recovery? How do we don't put Band-Aids on it? Giving you a car, giving you a house, giving you an apartment, you're still have a substance use disorder. You still have that untreated mental illness. So unless we figure that out, this won't work.
So many of my colleagues and friends across the country are a few hours in now and have several hours to go. But is there any encouragement you would want to give to our friends all across the country, from Seattle to Pittsburgh to really everywhere? I don't want to get in there because I'm going to miss some folks. But any encouragement that you would have?
Well, you got over 100. You'll be doing this. And then,
we'll be here for a while.
Yeah. The cool thing, first off, thank you for your service. Your service. Thank you for the other CEO's service, their staff, their volunteers, and who are doing this. Because what's so ingenious about the bench, for 24 hours, is you get to have a little local focus on it. You get to focus on the issue. You get to focus on the topic. You get to get some information out. People learn about you. Because in the end of the day, we need volunteers and money in order to be able to do what you all do.
All right, the last burning question that everybody has on the bench is, what is your favorite rescue mission of all the ones you've been to, and who's your favorite CEO?
Well,
I'm totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. We don't want to go there.
I'm ready to go there.
We don't want to go there. That's unfair for everybody watching because we all know it's me. I'm totally kidding. Hey, we love you guys. Good luck as you're enjoying your time on the bench. Dr. Marbut, thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your mentorship. And thank you for the love you have for all my friends across the country and the work we're doing. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you, sir.
So I was originally born and raised on a farm out in Port Orchard. It was a 26-acre farm. Yeah, I graduated '05, played a lot of sports, took my academics really serious. Had a 3.93 GPA at school, making the presidential honors list and taking honors classes. I used to take my education very serious. I was kind of a late bloomer in life when it came to the parts of my testimony that brought me downhill.
What are some things that you struggled with?
I'd say the biggest thing, especially that I experienced as a young teenager, was depression. I've been battling bipolar depression most of my life, severe anxiety. So there's just that chemical imbalance in my brain that it's constantly been a battle for me to try to find balance in. Later on, I ended up, finding ways to self-medicate that was very destructive, that had torn my life apart so many times, I'm embarrassed to admit. So,
can you tell me about a time where you felt like your situation put you in danger?
Yeah, pretty much my addiction. I didn't drink or use until pretty much my senior year of high school. I was very straight edge and a late bloomer in that aspect. My addiction I can't count how many times I've had overdoses and near-death experiences. Just everything from, physical altercations and, failed marriages over the years. I've been married and divorced twice. we were both in recovery, and when COVID hit, all the meetings shut down, and just the world flipped upside down on its axis. And we unfortunately were not able to maintain our recovery, and everything just kind of turned diabolical. My biggest challenge before coming to the Bread of Life mission was rehabilitating my life. I had only a couple months sober, but I would say I was more or less dry. Not really. I mean, I was sober, but I wasn't in recovery. And I had a really bad mental health episode. I was on some medications that were massively coinciding and clashing with each other instead of helping. And it was putting me in almost the state of schizophrenia. I was having just severe manic episodes. I didn't know what was wrong with me. Half the time I was the last one to even realize something was wrong. And after my marriage failed, I ended up, being in a mental hospital, being on the verge of suicide. And I just knew something desperately needed to change. I spent a couple weeks in that facility. They helped me get myself back on my feet, put me on the right medications, removed the wrong medications. And then I just got out and I knew something had to be different. And I was blessed to have a family member that is a social worker that helped me connect with the mission. I was able to go there and I hit the ground running.
What was it like when you first got to the mission?
Kind of scary when I was on the emergency shelter side of things, when I was fresh into the door and I hadn't established a residency yet. So,
Right.
yeah, it was pretty intimidating. I was pretty scared. I had a lot of fear. But yeah, before I came to the Bread of Life mission, I was broken. Yeah, I had several years clean. Like I said, COVID hit, relapsed, lost the marriage, lost the jobs, lost my children, lost literally everything. And so, yeah, I was just in a complete state of desperation and despair. Yeah, I was not on a winning streak when I first came to the mission. So later on, after I had been at the mission for several months, I ended up joining like their residential program. It's for people in recovery. We have class from 8:15 in the morning to later on in the afternoon, early evening. We have classes all throughout the day, whether it be peer recovery, Bible studies, Zoom meetings. They have fitness classes, 12-step meetings. They have a lot they offer. Like they have, programs where they can get you set up with housing. They're well affiliated with, local churches, the Recovery Cafe, Church by the Side of the Road. They have so many good programs where they really want to see people succeed, and they want to see them have the best shot at life that they can when they leave. So, yeah, I know I've touched bases on a lot of the stuff they offer, but yeah, I'd say their recovery program has been one of the biggest tools for me, and just allowing me to have that kind of structure back in my life that I really needed. Since coming to the Bread of Life mission, I'm hopeful. I know that there's a plan in everything. My finite mind could never fathom the ability to see the big picture, because I know God has a plan. And at this point in time, I don't 100% know what that looks like, but I'm willing to put in the work to try to figure that out. I'm thankful for the Bread of Life mission because they invest in me. They saw something in me that I struggled to see in myself in the beginning. That they devote so much of their resources and their love to me, that they care so much about me, and that they want to see me succeed. I've had people that have wanted to see success in me before, but I don't feel like I've ever had people invest as much as they have in me. They kind of try to attack the disease on every aspect, at least the classes that I take, and they want to see you succeed. They want to see you make it. They want to equip you with the right tools to be able to handle life on life's terms, and they want to see people succeed in life.
grew up around a lot of negative influences, and I kind of became a product of my environment
Mhm.
through the lack of any other vision
Mhm.
available. And it wasn't till I was about 40 that I had an epiphany, and I was just fed up with the lifestyle. I just wanted to change. I wanted normality, and whatever that would be.
Yeah.
My vision of normality, like I just stability.
Mhm.
Tired of being scared. Tired of
Yeah.
looking for
Absolutely.
something to fix something that that only one person could fix, which is God.
Yeah. How would you say that you've grown spiritually?
I've grown amazingly spiritual. It's outstanding. My relationship with God and Jesus is like 180 degrees compared to how it was. I've always been a God-fearing, God-loving person. I just now diligently seek a relationship with Him the right way.
Mhm.
Before I came to the Bread of Life mission, I was lost. Since coming to the Bread of Life mission, I've been saved. They helped me find myself, my purpose, find God. They they show me that there's a better way to live life and how to do it.
Tom, welcome. Good to have you with us. So you call it 24 hours of conversation on a bench. Tell us about what it is you're doing, the vision behind it, and what you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share about, can you imagine sitting on a bench for 24 hours? And we're going to have 70 CEOs doing that coming up on October 9 and 10, and really having the opportunity to raise awareness about what homelessness really is, and be able to share some of the stories of really seeing people overcome the challenges that they have in living on the streets, experiencing homelessness, to be able to talk about what are the issues that really underlie this, what's really an epidemic of homelessness in the United States today, and how are we as Christians to respond to that and be able to bring help and healing in the midst of it.
You talk about underlying reasons. So homelessness doesn't always get the coverage it deserves, and it often involves addiction and mental health. Can you tell us more about the ministry of Citygate Network and why you believe working to end homelessness is central, it's core to the gospel?
Yeah, I think the Citygate Network really has been around for over 120 years, and it really was people who wanted to live out their faith and saw those that were really struggling with addiction, mental health issues, alcoholism, those kinds of things way back in the 1800s that said, how can we respond with the love of Christ? And Citygate Network was really started with that vision. And so we have rescue missions and ministries that help those that are aging out of foster care or trafficking, many of those that are the vulnerable populations, those that are marginalized, and being able to just live and love like Jesus to those folks who often have nobody who's reaching out to help them.
Yeah. So, of course, Washington, D.C. has a large homeless population and has been in the news recently as the National Guard cleared out the homeless encampments. Tom, can you talk about the balance between community safety and what some have criticized as an approach that compounds the problem?
Yeah, and we certainly are concerned about safety and at-risk behaviors. And really one of the things is looking and saying, is it about policy or is it about people? And is it about criminalization or is it about compassion? And we certainly want to ensure that there are policies that provide protection and safety for people. But at the same time, recognizing that many times people that are on the street or experiencing homelessness have burned through their social networks. They've burned through their relationships, and they have nowhere else to go. And that's really where our shelters in missions around the country open up their doors to be able to provide safe places for them that can then create safe places in communities.
Tom, we just have a few seconds left. Can you talk about ways that people can get involved, whether they participate in the conversation or they support your effort?
Yeah, we'd love it. You can go to conversationsonabench.org and you can look up the more than 70 different cities and communities that are sponsoring this conversation. And you can watch it via Facebook or YouTube. You could also even go down to the mission and sit on the bench and have a conversation with the local CEO. You can also volunteer in a rescue mission or continue to give. 95% of what our missions do from a funding standpoint is all through philanthropy and charity.
All right.
And so a number of ways to help.
Tom DeVries with Citygate Network, thank you so much for being with us this evening, and best wishes on the 24 Hours on a Bench.
Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, John.
Man, I tell you, I think one of the things I really love about doing the bench is just some of the incredible conversations you get to have, some of the creative conversations. And I know many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston. We had a conversation with many of our city officials here in Houston. And so what I would love is if you, that's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred.
Well,
or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah, and did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called being left on the cutting room floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. You know, we made a wonderful film about homelessness, and then it spun off a documentary on homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with. Dr. Marbut is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that
19,
was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. You know, really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marbut?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And you know, I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, you know, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, you know, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job, and I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. But I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbet say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, you know, we're relatively, you know, maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, you know, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but you know, all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, you know, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that. But the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard. And that's one way. You know, obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small. $5, $25, $50, $100. You know, no check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, you know, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel, you know, helping to sort of restore their dignity rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling and saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Marbot, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
that's
it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? and Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera, but the reality is you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the
lot.
bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap? Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are,
and
okay.
I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you. I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it. Eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work. Because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
Are you ready? Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook. I'm the CEO here at Bread of Life Mission, and that just means that I get the task of sitting here on this bench for 24 hours. And we are having a great time, and we've been having conversations all day yesterday around the issues of homelessness and mental illness and addiction. And so I'm going to be sitting here until noon. And if you're interested in having a conversation with me, come on down. We're at the corner of First Avenue and South Main, and would love to talk to you. But right now, I have my good friend Melissa here. Melissa is the retired CEO of Vision House, and her husband Steve is with her. He's been great to. Oh, I just realized that the camera is not picking up Steve. I don't care. Oh, that's okay. Anyway, it must have something got moved. Probably when I had my nap. Anyway, yeah. So I just got totally sidetracked on that. But anyway, Melissa, thanks for getting up early in the morning to come down.
Yes, of course.
Because, otherwise we would have had nobody for hours. So tell me a little bit about Vision House and what you did and how long were you there?
Vision House is a program that addresses homelessness for families with children. It's been in existence since 1990, so we're coming up on, do the math, 35 years. Looking at my math teacher husband here. And based in the Renton area, but we have a complex in Renton and a complex in Shoreline. So the program is transitional housing, but the housing is a benefit of the program. So we take families with children. It started out with, it was founded by a couple in the Renton area that just felt called to do something, and specifically with moms and kids. So it started out with serving single moms with kids, housing them and giving them like case management and trying to help them to get off their, get back on their feet out of the streets or wherever they were. And of course, at that time, family homelessness was not something that was really known or addressed or talked about. But the program has grown to the point where now we serve single fathers with children, single mothers with children, and actually two-parent families with children. Wow. So children is the, you have to have kids in order to be a part of the Vision House program. And so it's transitional housing. So it's a year program. We have housing that they live in, and we provide case management programs to rebuild their self-sufficiency, to get back on their feet. And I joined Vision House back in 2004. I had gotten a divorce, had to go back and get a job where I could support my kids, and surprisingly enough, answered an ad in the newspaper.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, who does that anymore? I don't even
Nobody.
think they have ads in the newspaper.
Do they print newspapers anymore?
Right? But and as it turns out, Vision House was like 2 blocks from where I was living.
Oh, wow.
And so it answered a lot of prayers for me in terms of, can I keep my kids in the same school? Can I, how can I continue to support my kids and work at the same time? And I didn't know what Vision House was. And at that time, we had a staff of 8. Probably a budget of about $525,000, and now it's a $7 million organization that serves over families a year, not just in transitional housing, but we also have a diversion program. So trying to address that issue of homelessness before it spirals out, and addressing some of the smaller, or not, they're not small issues, but individual issues, I should say, individual issues like credit, legal, health, one at a time, so that they can rebuild.
Yeah, that's great. I had a conversation tonight with Andrea Pickett, who's this executive director of my father's house in Gresham, Oregon, and they also work with families, and so that was a really interesting conversation. You'll have to go back
you
and
know,
look
it's I often call that issue the hidden homeless, because you talk a lot about the
men and women on
men
the
and
street.
women that we see very visibly,
Yeah.
and I think the mindset that your average community member thinks about homelessness is what they see.
Yeah.
And we don't see families in part because they're terrified that if they are found to be homeless, their children will be taken from them.
That's huge.
So that in itself is trauma. So there's a lot of trauma involved in homelessness in general, but for a parent, they've got to think about their kids, and that often is the hottest button, that they're dealing with when we first see them.
Yeah. What have you seen change in the years that you've been involved in this? Like, what's happening with the numbers with family homelessness?
Well, it really started to change and spiral out during the recession, 2007, 2008. And as, low-income residents were losing their homes and being pushed into homelessness, it reduced the availability of housing for those who were on the brink of homelessness, and then pushed, many more families into homelessness. So that really, I think, started just a lot of awareness that there were families, because we were all dealing with the issues around the recession, right? And so, and we knew that housing was becoming a hot topic. And so I think the visibility increased as well, obviously, as well as the numbers of families that were finding themselves homeless. And it's interesting because, you talk a lot about addiction and mental health issues, but some of these families, they, there are certainly a share that share those issues, undoubtedly. But there are families that, like we had a mom in our program who she had a good job. She had been divorced, but she had a special needs child she was caring for, and everything was going fine for her because she had a good job. But she was injured. She had a car accident and broke her back.
Wow.
So she had to go on leave. It was extended because of the severity of the injury. She got on pain pills, lost her insurance, lost her job, and was addicted.
Wow.
So here's someone who would never have imagined herself in that situation, and that's not uncommon.
Yeah. I think that family homelessness is a completely different thing than what I see with single adults.
In part, I mean, we have definitely had women who have been on the streets with their kids, and then come in and to our program, and some who come in and rebuild and are successful, but some who come in and just can't because of those underlying issues. And sadly, as you know, homelessness, as Jeff Lilly of Union Gospel Mission like to say, homelessness is not a resource issue, it's a relationship issue.
Exactly.
So, those individuals who either didn't grow up with that foundational support system or lost it for one reason or another, can't find their way back.
I used to do a lot of Bridges Out of Poverty trainings, and I don't know if you've ever heard about it, but it talks about bonding capital and bridging capital, and that the bonding capital is what keeps you day to day. Like, it's the person that will help fix your car. Probably your uncle. It'll come fix your car so you can go to work, or watch the kids when they're sick and you need to go to work, that kind of thing. It helps you get through the day. And then there's the bridging capital that helps you cross the bridge to that next level. And that might be the person that helps you find a job, right? Or recommends you or whatever. And we need both of those.
Sure.
Right? And that's the thing, the people that we're serving have lost both of those. They just don't have those relationships.
Well, and one of the benefits of a program like Vision House, and I'm sure you see it here too at Bread of Life, but there are numbers of people that want to get involved and do something, and so partnering with churches has been a really positive way to engage those individuals, but also to provide what you're talking about. You know, again, one of the things that we've seen, you know, you ask about what have you seen change. We've seen a lot of refugee families over the past. When I started at Vision House, we had, you know, a couple of Ukrainian families or Russian families, but more and more families from Eritrea, Ethiopia, and you know, we have one whole wing of our complex in Shoreline at one time was all those Eastern African countries.
And so are there different things you need to do to help them? I mean,
Absolutely.
besides the language barrier.
Yeah, the language barrier is the big one, but you know, you were mentioning harm reduction a few minutes ago, and it's you know, we write a curriculum for a program, say, to work with children, you know, because healthy parenting is one of the barriers to overcome homelessness. So, or healthy barriers. Healthy parenting is a barrier to healthy housing, healthy home, having a healthy home.
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock
It's
in the
early,
morning.
and you're doing way better than I would be. So.
But so we write a curriculum to help parents, you know, because some of them have never, you know, they weren't parented well, and so that's one of the areas that we try to support. But what we didn't realize when we started to see those populations coming in was that their parenting is different than ours.
Yes.
And so to say don't yell at your children, I mean, it's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
So we had to learn as an organization, as a staff, we had to be trained in cultural sensitivity.
Yeah.
Because their norms are different. They're you know, they have the same values but expressed in a different way. And so it was like, wow. You know, we were doing harm to them, you know, degrading their parenting by imposing our cultural
values.
you know, norms and expectations on them. So, and I think that's a good lesson for us to learn in this work, that we always need to be on the learning curve.
Yes. Yes. You know, I'm glad you brought that up, because I was thinking a few minutes ago about something I wanted to say. You know, I was looking down the street tonight and I went, wow, that vehicle is parked right in front of the alley. Why would they park there? And somebody else was sitting here and she looked and she goes, no. The one behind them is in front of the alley. And one of my security guys walked down. He goes, no, neither of them are in front of the alley. There's a gap between them that a car could come through. And I was thinking about that, and I thought, we have things that we think we are so right on.
Yeah.
And I'm really good at saying, this is how it is. But you have to really walk all around an issue and question your view of it, and listen to other people, and you know, just walk around it and look at it from all angles.
Yeah, you know, driving over here this morning, I wasn't necessarily thinking about what we were going to talk about, but I was thinking about, you know, being out in the dark, and that there are, our neighbors who are out in the dark, and, remembering the times that my husband Steve and I have, traveled with the Union Gospel Mission van, search and rescue van, and gone out to see these individuals in the dark. And all I could think about was human dignity. And I know this is talked about a lot, what are the things that people ask all the time? I'm sure they ask you this: what can I do? How should I be more sensitive, or what can I do? What do you recommend? And it's like driving down the bottom of the freeway ramp, and there's an individual with a sign, and what do I do? Do I give them money? I don't think I should give them money, because it's just feeding their addiction. And Steve one time said, I asked him, what would you do? And being I don't want to speak for you, but being a former pastor, would say, I just let God tell me what to do in the moment. And so that's kind of what I feel, is that there are times where it makes me angry, it makes me frustrated, it makes me sad, or I can't look someone in the eye, but I let God lead me in that moment. How would the Spirit lead me? But what I often will say, and this, again, my husband models this well, is look somebody in the eye as you're walking down the street and just acknowledge them. Say hello. So I was thinking about that driving, is the dignity of, if I see a woman or a gentleman walking down the street and they don't, would I look them in the eye? Would I acknowledge their presence?
Yeah. There was a really good video in the New York City Mission, probably 10 years or so ago now, and they actually took people and dressed them as homeless individuals and had them sit on the street, just like you would, and their family members and friends walked by.
Oh my gosh.
And ignored them. And then they showed that it was this person, and it was just so touching. Like, wow, we really do need to look at people differently as we walk by.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Is it anyway?
Yeah. So I wanted to talk about your relationship, Vision House, with Campbell Auto Group.
Yes.
And they've been a big supporter of yours.
Yes.
And we are going to be supported by them this coming year. Yeah, I'm really excited about that for the next 2 years. Can you tell our viewers like a little bit about them and what they do?
Absolutely. I'm honored to call out Kurt and Craig Campbell, brothers, in Edmonds. They have a Nissan Volkswagen dealership in Edmonds, and also Kia, I think, in Missoula, Montana.
Okay.
Yes, they branched out. But so Campbell, it used to be Campbell Nelson Auto Group, and started by their father and great guy, Bob Campbell. And back in, I think, 2000-ish, there was a group of business leaders and pastors in the North Seattle area who, got together and really talked about how they could make an impact on their community, and what should the issue be, what should they support. And they had started seeing or hearing about families with homelessness. They have a big connection with the Edmonds School District, and that's another conversation that could take up a whole hour, is homelessness in the schools. That we sometimes would get referrals from the schools about a suspected homeless child. Anyway, so they landed on family homelessness, And Vision House had been in existence for 10 years at that point, or 8 to 10 years, in Renton. And Craig Campbell had just been down to visit our complex. At that time, we were small, still a grassroots organization, but so he suggested that Kurt come down and visit Vision House as well as a model for what they could perhaps see bringing to the North End somehow. So they partnered with John and Susan Kammerer, who started Vision House, and said, if you would come to the North End, we would like to have a Vision House North.
Wow.
And so they called their movement Jacob's Well. And so a lot of supporters still think of the Vision House North as Jacob's Well. It's kind of funny, but that was actually the impetus for starting the program and building a building and the construction project and everything. So long story short, John and Susan found some land in Shoreline just off of Ballinger Way, and got community support. A lot of churches involved. Over 100 churches, but built a complex up there. Started with one building, and it took, again, the fundraising started like in 2002, 2003, and but as they were finishing up 2 buildings in Renton, they had to delay the start of the building in Shoreline. And all this time, Kurt and Craig Campbell continued to spread the word. They were ambassadors for what we were doing. They would have barbecues on our behalf, and just the salt of the earth gentlemen that they are. So once we finally did get to the point of building, Kurt and Craig again continued to lend their support, and they helped us get our first building built, our second building built, because there's now 2 buildings in Shoreline that serves a total of 22 families that we can serve up there.
Wow.
In our housing. But they again started out, and I don't know how many organizations they were supporting at that time, but at one point they were supporting 24 organizations.
Oh my.
And so they had to change their model to make a bigger impact on fewer organizations over the years. But and Vision House has come in and out of their support because they've been
do it for 2 years
fair and supporting other. Kurt was on the board of oh gosh, I'm going to blank on the name of the organization, but it was a mental health, Compass Health.
Okay.
In the North, mental health. I think it was Compass Health. Anyway, but so they've branched out a little bit and really, supporting different organizations, but all around this need for redeeming families back to restoring their lives, whether it's single individuals, street youth. They've been involved in that, but they are. So what they do is they have this campaign, Campbell Cares, where they, for every car they sell, they will donate some of their proceeds. And so all the sales people in their dealerships are educated about these different ministries that they're supporting, because their model now is to support, I believe they're supporting 5 organizations for a 2-year stint. And so they highlight these different ministries, and we send thank you cards to the people that buy the cars, telling
awesome.
them that, because they bought a car, they're supporting this many families or whatever the demographic is that's being served. But I can't remember what year it was, but several years ago, maybe 5-10 years ago, we felt so strongly that of the difference that the Campbell brothers were making in our community, that we nominated them for the Puget Sound Business Journal's award for corporate giving.
Okay.
So a community partner in
Yeah.
corporate giving, and they won.
Oh, that's great.
And so it was great to
Yeah.
go to that event and really showcase
Mhm.
these humble. I mean, they're the
They're
last.
just such humble guys.
They're the last guys that would.
Yeah.
You know, I say to Kurt, you helped to build. You know, you brought Vision House to Shoreline. He'll go, no, it wasn't me. It was Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Well,
But they're amazing.
Thank you for explaining that. I hadn't heard all of that,
Yeah.
but I'm just so impressed with them and their business
Yes.
model, and that they really seem to care for their employees.
Mhm.
And they're supporting so many different organizations, and not only do they support them financially, I think I'm seeing that they really immerse themselves and learn about what each organization is doing. It's easy to
Right.
write a check,
Right.
right? But they're learning about the issues, they're learning about the organizations they serve, and they are pouring back into
Yes.
those organizations in other ways, like having us for a retreat,
Right.
and at Christmas having
Right.
having us in and just helping us connect and get to know each other. and-
Yeah.
yeah.
Again, it goes down to that the relationship piece.
Yes.
And they model that so well, that building relationships, forming partnerships. You know, we can do far better together than we can by ourselves. And sharing, you know, what has God done in your life? And the Christmas event, sometimes it's what has God done in your life this year,
Yeah.
your life personally,
Yeah.
or what has God done in your business. But usually they want to know
It's the personal
the
stuff.
person, and they want us to know each other, and it builds relationships across the community. I mean, there are, you know, the room is full at the Christmas event, but you know, I love their retreat idea for their beneficiaries, getting them together to you know each other better.
Yeah.
And I was going to tell you something about that, and I forgot. It'll come back to me, but
It's okay. Well, in the end, I just want to say that we are just so excited to be beneficiaries this
Yes.
year and next, and that, you know, if you really want to support companies or support us, you can support companies that support us. So if
Yep.
you need a car,
Go to
see
Campbell
Auto
Group.
Group.
Yep.
And actually, I just told somebody that the other day. Their car was breaking down, and I said, "Well, I know
Yeah.
where to send you if you need to buy
Absolutely.
a new car."
Yeah,
And that's where I'm going to go when we need one.
that's
But
great.
I want mine to, like, I want to drive it into the ground. But
Yeah.
yeah, when I do, it'll be there.
That is it is
Yeah.
a perfect way to support the bigger issues by
Yes.
supporting those who are supporting us.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, and there are many of them out there, but the Campbell brothers again are a really fine example.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Well, thank you for that.
of course.
So we have completely ignored Steve, and I'm sure he's fine with that. But I want to ask you a question. Steve, you're married to a retired CEO of a nonprofit. What do you wish that, well, just talk to us about that. Like, talk to people about what it means to be a CEO of a nonprofit. Like, what do you see that she went through? And what do you wish people knew about what we deal with?
It's a profound thing to watch a person like Melissa engage in the kind of work she does, because it's not something that comes naturally to people to go out and find the least of them and to actually do something about it.
Right.
She is a woman who is called and is deeply rooted in her faith, and it's an inspiration actually for me to watch her use her strategic thinking and her deep faith and put those two together to make a difference in people's lives. I have had the privilege of seeing and meeting with some of the people she serves, and they are over the moon about Vision House because they actually saved them from themselves being taken advantage of by others. They are just so deeply grateful for the ministry and almost have no words to say about it. But this one is one who inspires the whole organization to see the best in the least of these.
Yeah.
And it's a profound privilege to watch how that plays out in real time. I think when she started working at Vision House, she was an office manager, and she went to back to school to learn about organizational leadership. And she said, should I really do this? And I said, yeah. I mean, it uses all of your gifts and all of your talents. And so she got a master's degree in organizational leadership and started putting that to use and just completely changed the culture of Vision House to one of a service organization to one of a learning organization, to one of a strengths-based learning organization that called people to use their gifts and their strengths to serve the homeless. And it transformed the organization from like a $500,000. She tripled the budget in a matter of 5 years.
That's awesome.
And it's because she'd be the last to say it, but I'll say it for her. She's, a humble person who uses her gifts in the service of others. And it's changed me. And it's changed the lives of a lot of people.
Yeah. I kind of liked her a lot, right, when I first met her, so I understand that. We kind of hit it off right away,
We
didn't
did,
we?
yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Like-minded.
What do you wish that people knew about, like, leading an organization? Like, I don't think people understand what it is at all. Either of you can answer that.
And that's part of the challenge of leadership is that, you're out there alone.
Yeah.
Unless you build, again, relationships with your peers.
Yeah.
And Steve has led organizations as well, so he's very familiar with this topic.
Yeah.
Well, and it's what I think a lot of people don't understand is that leadership is a calling as much as it is a role.
Yeah.
And if you're not called and strengthened by that call and influenced daily by a sense of higher purpose, it just won't work. And you will eventually burn out.
I've been there.
Yeah, I have burned out a few times.
Yeah.
But it's the sense of call and the sense of the need for renewal and the need for sabbatical and all of that is just essential for effective leadership.
Yeah. I think that's really a key because we can, the need is always there.
Right.
The work is always more
Right.
than we can do. And you have to take time for yourself, take time for your family. I've played that game too, where, the family always gets the leftover.
I know.
You can't keep that up. Something's going to fail.
That's really true. And, learning to see the signs of that, I think is part of the challenge.
Yeah.
Because we can push ourselves way beyond where we should. for the greater purpose. But you have to be fed in order to feed others.
Yeah.
And we are in the positions that we're in because we've pushed ourselves.
Yeah.
And there's some sense of gratification in that. I mean, we feel like, oh, look what I've done.
Yeah.
But it doesn't do anyone any good if, as Steve said, we burn out.
And the organization can't rise above wherever the leader is there.
That's right.
So if we're not growing and reinvesting in ourselves, then it's limiting the entire organization.
And I think how we lead those who serve the population that we serve is critical as well. And that's something that I had to work on a lot, was a lot of self-reflection in terms of how am I showing up for my staff? How am I caring for them? And that doesn't come naturally to me. I'm not like the sending thank you card type of person.
Yeah.
But allowing them to be encouraged and encouraging them to continue to learn, I'm glad you put your finger on that, because that was like, oh, that was something that was I believe in deeply, because that was a gift that was given to me, is permission to go and learn.
Yes.
And it helped make me who I am, which I think is important for everybody to be given that same opportunity to continue to grow. And then that translates to how we serve those whom we're serving.
Right. We're in the middle of our audit right now, because why not do it right now, right? But one of the questions was, well, why did you have such a jump in your conference and education line? Well, because we weren't doing any, and we tripled our staff, and we believe in education.
Yes.
So, we took people to conferences last year, and it made such a difference in how we do the work here.
I'm glad to hear that, because I was at Vision House for 20 years. The first 10 years I was, as Steve said, I started out as office manager, and then I quickly became HR because we grew so quickly. And, we went from 8 staff to now there's almost 100. But I felt when I became executive director in 2015, excuse me, I hadn't studied the issue of homelessness. My job in the organization was to care for staff.
Right.
And, encourage staff, empower staff so that they could serve. But I had to quickly, so I spent the first year of my leadership journey learning about homelessness and just going out and meeting as many people as I could in the environment, and it was essential. I couldn't have done my job if I had not gone to conferences and taken people out for lunch and invested in my education. Because at one point, following COVID, I actually had to take on the role of our program director, and I did that for about a year and a half, because of staffing issues. But if I hadn't known what I was doing, the organization could have gone sideways. So it was that education, that continual investment in the people that are caring. I mean, it's like you think about nurses and doctors; they have to have continuing education.
Right.
That's mandatory.
Yeah.
And the issue of homelessness has changed. The solution to the issue of homelessness, it's gone from as I've watched it, it's gone from transitional housing was highly touted, an excellent solution, and then HUD, for the federal. We always go by the federal best practices, right? Because that's where the money comes from. Vision House, however, we don't receive any funding from public entities. So, but still, We have to follow the trends and the best practices. And so, around 2007 and 8, around the same time as the recession, this housing first model became the best practice, and rapid rehousing, putting people into homes first and then providing services, became the federally preferred model to end homelessness. So everybody was putting their money there. And, I had people I knew that had transitional housing programs that turned them into rapid rehousing programs, moved away from transitional housing.
Created an imbalance in the whole system, didn't it?
That's what we ended up seeing. But, their belief was that this was going to be the answer to ending homelessness for more people. Oh, go Mariners. Go Mariners. And so all the federal dollars went towards rapid rehousing. And at Vision House, I took a hard look at that and talked to a lot of people and said, should we turn our transitional housing into rapid rehousing? And it was actually Jeff Lilly from UGM who said, no, you don't want to do that. And I said, why not? And he said, because you're going to want it back.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay. And I held on to that word of wisdom, just okay, I'm going to take this as a word from God. This is my direction, right? Don't mess with our model at Vision House, because we have had
it was working
great success, 88 to 92% success rate of transitioning families from homelessness to self-sufficiency. Well, lo and behold, now that housing first model is in question. And it's, what about addressing the needs? Because you put somebody in a home, you haven't taught them how to create a budget or change their habits or taught them anything about being a good renter. I mean, that's a thing. And we develop relationships with apartment landlords who would call us if they had an open apartment to transition families from Vision House to, because they knew our program prepared
they were going to be
families to be good tenants.
Yeah.
But if you think about the basic, what does it take to have a healthy home? The ability to communicate, the ability to conflict management, conflict resolution. If I have a disagreement with my landlord,
you can't just punch him.
Right. Or yell at him.
Yeah. That's not going to help.
And so, there you've got another eviction on your record, right?
Yep.
Oh, then you have a debt issue. Then you have a legal issue. So all that stuff compounds itself.
Yeah, exactly.
We had I want to tell the story because it's just so critical. Is my time up?
No, you're fine.
We had a mom. We talk about life skills. People who have what we have seen as families, women who grew up living in a car and now are repeating that cycle.
Oh, yeah.
But a woman who grew up living in a car, we had a healthy nutrition, healthy cooking class that we were teaching.
She didn't know how to cook anything.
Well, not only does she know how to cook, she was going to learn how to cook because we had somebody there to teach in the class. So the instructions were, go out and buy a pound of ground beef and blah, blah, blah. And we gave them money to buy the food. So she went out, came back to the next class, and, there were a group of moms there. And, the instruction was, get a half a pound of ground beef. So she came back and she said, well, I couldn't find a half a pound of ground beef at the store. And he goes, why not? Well, because all of the packages were a full pound. There wasn't any packages that said half a pound. And he said, well, you could have gone to the meat counter. And she said, oh, no, that meat is too expensive. And he's like, well, it's the same meat that's over here. Okay, lesson number one. Then she said, so I bought a whole pound, and so I brought a half a pound here. Okay, you bought a whole pound. What did you do with the other half pound? Well, I threw it away because I didn't need it. And he said, well, why didn't you put it in the freezer? And she said, oh,
Can you do
I
that?
could have done that?
Oh, goodness.
No, it's a
And-
real story.
And we just don't even know what
We
people
don't know.
right?
We don't know.
Yeah.
And and so this is why, as we talk about seeing people for who they are they really, and what is behind the complexity
Right.
of their homelessness?
You know, the other thing that we talk about a lot in Bridges Out of Poverty is that, you know, it's easy to look down on somebody like that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But in reality, she's really good at surviving where she grew up. I couldn't survive there. I wouldn't know how to live in a car.
So that's an interesting point, because there's a whole package of skills that people who are surviving homelessness are learning and using.
Yes.
And sometimes helping them to overcome their homelessness means unraveling all of that.
Yeah.
Because 9 times out of 10, those skills are not healthy.
Mm-hmm.
And they include things like manipulation. And, I don't want to be judgmental about people, but it's real.
Yeah.
And they come, and oftentimes we'll see someone in the entry point, and they say all the right things because they know what to say.
No.
And then once they're in the program, they fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, where was that person that we interviewed?
Right.
Just because they know
and
what they're supposed to say.
They have to solve problems every day.
Right.
Urgent problems.
Urgent
Where am I
problems.
going to get food today? Whatever it might be.
Right.
And so, they learn how to do that, but they don't have the critical thinking or the problem solving for long term and so on. It's just different parts of our brains.
Yeah, it is.
And it takes some time to retrain that, retrain the brain.
Neuroplasticity.
So that they can do that.
Yes. And you compound that with trauma, which damages the brain, but it also stays in our body. And again, a whole nother conversation. But how do we as a staff steward that trauma well?
Right.
And how do we steward it for ourselves?
Mm-hmm.
So go back to that leadership conversation is, are we dealing with one of the things that our staff at Vision House is required to do is to go through a trauma stewardship training so that
really
they can,
good.
because they're dealing with secondary trauma every day.
Yeah. And how not to bring it on put it on ourselves. Yeah. Melissa, before we're done, now that you're retired, you can say stuff that you couldn't say before. What do you wish, just how do you wish that people would support nonprofits? Maybe some creative things. I mean, we're always asking for donations, right?
Right.
But there's some really creative ways that donors can support the organization, like supporting staff and different things. What, just whatever you want to say.
Oh, that's a good question. I think I would go back to education, providing funding for continuing education for staff would be a good one. But then again, when we, this goes back to the sort of the elements of good fundraising. We don't want to restrict our money too much so that we can't use it for our programs.
Right.
And, donors, I find, want to know that they're making an impact on the people that we serve. So what I wish the community would do, somebody who's interested in giving money or their time or talents, is to actually go to the nonprofit and talk to them.
Yes.
Find out what their needs are. Because, we'll have people that will say, well, I want to make sure that my money goes to that family to get them a tree for their apartment for Christmas. Is that really what we need? Is that what is that going to do for their current situation? It might make the donor happy to think that they're in a decorated
Oh,
apartment,
yes.
but is that what the organization needs? And so to have a conversation with the leadership or the staff at the nonprofits, what is your greatest need?
Right.
Because I know I'm guilty of this. Excuse me, putting my needs first.
Yeah.
But again, my wise husband will often say, "Whose needs are getting met here?"
Oh, yeah. Nobody wants to hear that, Steve. But we need it.
Well, it's a question. It's a spiritual question, actually.
Yeah.
Because Jesus said, serve the least of these,
Right.
and the second we stop asking the question whose needs are being met, the answer automatically becomes ours, mine,
Right.
and it's just
Yeah.
a real relevant spiritual
Yeah.
question to ask every day.
That's really good. Yeah. Yeah, I think in general I would like for donors in the community and so on to just understand the complexity of an
Yeah.
organization like this.
Yes.
And that it's not wasteful to spend money on a conference.
Right.
And that we need to support our staff so they can do great work, because they really are picking up secondary trauma.
Right.
And all of that, and so that's really important to support the staff.
Yes.
And more the amount of staff hours it takes to do what we do.
Absolutely.
Like
It's
there's
never
no
ending.
there's no lean staff
No.
when it comes to this, or we can't run. We won't make we won't have good outcomes.
Right. And all those things matter.
Yeah.
The organizational stuff that we have to show where the money goes. We have to show that the money's being spent well. All that stuff is important as an organizational leader, because donors, foundations, they look at that. They look at the return on their investment, and that's important. But and I know that like Vision House is constantly doing like webinars and like this event that you're doing to make people aware of what's happening. I would encourage people to try to dispel their notion of what homelessness is and looks like, and seek out, or if you see something being held, like Vision House had or is having this week, I don't know, next week, some little webinar, but watch it. Listen to the people that are involved. I know this is being live streamed, but you can go to YouTube. You can go to YouTube and look up Bread of Life Mission and watch all the conversations that you've had here in the past 24 hours, because you'll be hearing from the people that are in the midst of it.
Yes.
And many people don't bother to go below the surface.
Yeah.
And really find out what the truth is about the complexity.
Yeah.
Because they just have their own idea of what
it's so much easier just to make a judgment and put it in a box, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for being here.
Oh, my pleasure.
Thanks for coming out early.
I'm just proud of you for doing this, and
It's a great idea.
it's a great idea.
It wasn't my idea. I wish I could take.
Doesn't matter whose it was. It's a great thing that you're doing. That's happening. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
Well, and the fact that I know many of the people that are doing this work in our community, and I don't see many of them sitting on the corner in the middle of the night. Just, it's not about you. It's about the people that you see walking by.
We serve.
And the people we serve. Yeah. And actually, part of what gives me chills is that, having gone through divorce and all that, if I didn't have the support system I had back 20 years ago, it could be me out there.
Exactly. Yeah. I really have always said, but by the grace of God.
Absolutely.
Yeah. When I was brand new in this work, like brand new, first week, one of the women at the soup kitchen came in and she was off her meds. And she honestly scared me. I did not know how to respond. And she brought in pictures of herself. She was an HR executive with over 300 employees
Oh, my
under her.
word.
And the glam shots from their,
Oh.
whatever kind of big staff
Yeah.
event. And I looked at that picture and looked at her and could not see her
Yeah.
in it. I just couldn't, like, there was no relation anymore. And her father had passed away, and she had lost housing because she had come back to take care of him, and then developed this mental illness, and it was just this, and I looked at her and went, this could be any one of us.
Mhm.
Any one of us. So that just I'm so glad that happened early on, because I realized I can't judge any of the people that are coming in here.
Yes.
It's me.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
It could be any
So,
one of us.
Yeah. Yeah. Or it could be Jesus. Right. And often I felt like, yeah, I think I just gave Jesus a drink of water. So yeah, that's what keeps us going, right?
Amen.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
thank you so much. I so appreciate your friendship and your support.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's, I'm retired, but I care. I care about, I told somebody the other day, and I'm not out on the front lines with the homeless population, but I'm supporting my friends who are still doing the work.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
just to have coffee and, hear you out.
Yep.
If that's what I'm called to do, that's what I'll continue doing.
Yeah. Well, I'll keep calling you. I need to talk.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well,
My pleasure.
thanks. Well, we're going to take a break, and I think I have something at 7. Is that it? Oh, we've got a national feed at 7. So we'll go to a break at this point and then flow right into that national feed. And they have a really great interview coming up. So really stick around and watch that. And then we'll be back for some more after that is over. So see you soon.
years in London, England, and during that time we had the first 2.5 years were focused on overseeing the work of the Salvation Army in North and South America and in the Caribbean. And then the last 2.5 years, I served as the International Secretary for Business Administration and really had opportunity to travel all around the world to see the Salvation Army's impact in many different places. The Salvation Army is currently serving in 134 countries, and I've had the privilege to actually visit 52 of those countries.
Wow.
So it was quite an opportunity to see what's happening all around the world from a Salvation Army ministry standpoint. And then the last 4.5 years before coming back to the United States, my wife and I served as the territorial leaders for our Latin American North Territory, which includes 10 separate Latin American countries, including Cuba and Dominican Republic in the Caribbean, everything from Guatemala south to Panama in Central America, and then Colombia and Venezuela in South America. So that, again, was a real eye-opening opportunity, and just to see how God is moving in those various countries as well.
Yeah, that's wonderful, and to really see, I think the broad base of experience that you bring from obviously the international side of that, to certainly the headquarters in Britain to throughout the U.S. And I love that Latin America piece, and maybe we'll come back and touch around that as well. One of the things, Merle, that we connect around is really your adult rehabilitation centers, and knowing that that's a place where you often provide addiction recovery programs and different kinds of things like that. What are you seeing from the Salvation Army side with regard to addiction recovery and homelessness and mental health these days?
Well, one of the things that we have always been actively involved in is being a part of the whole continuum of care process, that we have certain isolated centers that actually do addiction services, where then once somebody has been through those types of services, we then have our adult rehabilitation centers, which give people not just dealing with substance abuse disorders, but also in many other situations, the opportunity just to get back on their feet, to have the kind of support that will give them opportunities for counseling, give them opportunities for work therapy, give them opportunities to really develop life skills that they may have lost along the way, and to reunite them with families and get them able to go back into society and find good working jobs. And we've just seen some real tremendous results from that. And one of the results that is always very encouraging is when you see a life transformed by...
Recording stopped.
I'm not
Go
sure.
ahead, Merle. You're good. Keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
That's great. Yep.
One of the things that has been very gratifying to see always, and it's a real blessing, is when you see a man or a woman who's come through that adult rehabilitation program have reconnected with their faith, with their Christianity, and rededicated their lives to God and to serving others.
Recording in progress.
And one of the things that I thought would be interesting for those to see today is just a prime example of that. A man who had gone through our adult rehabilitation program, got his life back together to the point that he is now serving as a Salvation Army officer in the Kansas City area. And if we can roll the video, I think that you'll be impressed by the ministry that he's doing right now.
Great. Sounds like a great story. We'll roll the video right now.
We prep all week what we're going to do, and then Sunday happens and we just let the Holy Spirit take over.
Conventional church, you have a lot of structure. Dinner church, it is structured, but we come in, we fellowship, we sing the songs. We don't care what you look like. We don't care what you smell like. If people come in here homeless with their bags, and we go pick you up, we can come pick you up. We can pick up the women from the senior living facilities. We pick up people off the street. We're not making them feel that they have to be of a certain essence to be in the room.
The variety of people that come, they come as they are. They don't need to impress, whether, their hygiene's a little off or whatever, wherever they're at, we meet them and get to serve them a hot meal, share a message, prayer request, let them get some hygiene, food pantry. So it's a great thing to be a part of. It changes my life every Sunday.
Me and my friend were walking down the street and we seen Lieutenant Donald taking all this stuff in the building. We asked him, "What is that?" And he said, "I'm trying to set up a thing called dinner church for people around the neighborhood to gather together and talk about God." So we went inside. I've been going since day one. I haven't missed a Sunday. I love it. I love the worship that he gives. I love the songs, and when I leave there, I feel great. So I keep coming back.
My name is Lieutenant Donald Cooper, and I'm currently stationed in Kansas City at the Prospect Corps. Dinner Church is a fresh expression of what the Holy Spirit can do during church. Hospitality has been our biggest hook in being here. The music is on, the coffee's hot, the food is good, the space is decorated beautifully, and all that so that it can be the hook, so that they can be introduced into a relationship with Jesus Christ.
I don't think I would go to a regular church. I would love to come to a place like this where nobody's judging. It feels like family. Come as you are. When you leave here, you leave not only full and spiritual full. He's welcoming you to the pantry if you need anything. If you need a clean shirt, come on over. He's loving, and it's like this was what he was made to do.
That first night we had 20 people. We gave hygiene, we gave food, we sat around the tables. I told my story about how I was lost in the streets and how I was an addict for 10 years in and out of the prison systems, incarcerated, but look what God has done in my life. Because attendees were people that were from that community of unhoused and addicts, it really hit home for them.
I didn't feel like I had a place I truly belong until I started going to dinner church, because I had a lot of things going on. And when I talk to Lieutenant, it builds my strength back up, because sometimes I question, which I shouldn't. And I don't think I will make it without being able to talk to him or our dinner church, for real, because they are my family. So it's helped me a lot.
To hear prayer requests at the end of the night, people begging, "Lord, please deliver me from my addictions." Crying out to God about getting out of relationships that are physically abusive. Crying out for cures for diseases and violence, people who have lost their sons and daughters to the gun violence in this community. To hear people who were unwelcome in Sunday morning church, who accidentally found church on a Sunday night, crying out to God again. I can't put words to it. To remember the place that God found me. And then to be a part of someone's journey where God finds them. I cry a lot. On the way to work, I cry. When I go home, I cry, because I'm so thankful that, one, God did not hold my past against me. but two, that He has used everything that I've ever been through to move people out of their circumstances. And sometimes I still don't believe it. It's more than I could have ever hoped, dreamed, or imagined God's plan for me. And then to be able to witness God doing the same thing over and over again, I know that I'm experiencing revival. I know that in hearts, not in a building, not in a program. We experience revival in hearts, sitting around dinner church tables.
Thanks so much for sharing that that video, Merle. That was a touching story, a great story of transformation, and an incredibly innovative ministry idea around Dinner Church. And just love being able to create spaces like that that are able to embrace community for people who might not otherwise get it. And I think that that's certainly part of what the Salvation Army is about, and certainly one of the things that we try to do at Citygate Network as well. And when I was talking with some of the leaders at the U.S. Interagency Center around homelessness, they talked about between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, we really have about 70% of all of the shelter beds in the United States. And I look at our relationship and connection in that way around how we live out our faith. Also, that we both have connected roots coming out of England with the booths with the Salvation Army, and as we look at the multiple connections and how we're trying to do what we do, and now we've actually had a memorandum, an official memorandum of understanding where we're working together. What might be your hope in being able to partner into the future as we journey together, Merle?
Well, I think my hope is always that between the two organizations that we can have the kind of impact that we saw in the life of Lieutenant Donald Cooper. I mean, if you saw those before and after pictures, you know that that is not just an isolated event, but it's through our work that our volunteers, our staff people do on a daily basis that lives are being transformed. And I think anything that we can do to work together to make sure that the needs are being met in all the communities where we serve. Obviously, that no one organization can do everything. And so it's so much better when we can collaborate and work together to accomplish what God wants to accomplish through our ministries. And if that's finding ways to collaborate on different projects that will benefit those that we serve, finding ways that we can support each other through prayer and just in sharing some of the struggles that naturally arise as a part of that. And then one of the things that I think that has been a real opportunity for both our organizations as well as the Teen Adult Challenge is the study that we're working on to try to provide some, I guess, scientific evidence of the impact that we're making on people's lives and how much more effective it is when it's based on a relationship with Jesus Christ and has that faith component to it. That I think if we can share that message with the world, that they can also help to understand how important it is to support ministries such as ours.
Absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing what some of the results bring and yield from the questions that are asked that we kind of invite people to participate in moving forward. And I do believe that we're going to find both faith-based and evidence-based data to support the process and the ways that we invite people into recovery, and through the power of the Holy Spirit being able to overcome addictions and see that happen. But want to officially welcome you into your role, Merle, and I look forward to a greater and greater friendship together, both on a personal level, but certainly between the Salvation Army and Citygate Network, knowing that really how we live out our faith, how we share the love of Christ in tangible and relevant ways, really is salt and light in our hurting world. And so thanks for taking the time for this conversation on this bench, and for being a partner in ministry as we live out our faith faithfully for God's glory. Blessings, Merle. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and God bless you and your ministry as well. And I look forward to us continuing to work together into the future.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook, and I am the CEO here at Bread of Life Mission. And I've been sitting here on the bench since noon yesterday, and I'm going to go till noon this morning. And I'm actually feeling really good. I got tired for a while, and I did have a rest for about half an hour, closed my eyes, but I'm doing okay right now. We'll see what comes out of my mouth in a couple of hours, but otherwise we're good. So it started raining here a few minutes ago, and they just moved my bench kind of underneath the canopy, but if it stops raining, we may move it out later again. So we've just been having some great conversations around the issues that surround homelessness. And so today I have here on the bench Wes Downer. And Wes was connected, another CEO connected me with you. And Wes, it was my friend, you're my friend's son's Little League coach, right?
Coach's son in Little League, yes.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about yourself. Like, what do you do now? And, and then we'll talk about why you're here.
Yeah. First of all, thanks for having me. It's been a long time since I've been down here. For me personally, I work for UPS. Been doing that for a few years. Married with 3 kids. I've been in Seattle for now 29 years, roughly.
Wow.
Live up north, and I was thrilled when John Hull was talking to me about this, and I've always wanted to come back to the place that really helped me get my start here and helped me navigate through some tough times that I was going through back then.
So how John told me about you is he said, I know this guy, and he used to be at Bread of Life Mission. I'm like, oh, I would love to talk to him. So you spent some time here 20 years ago?
Yeah, it was 1996, so about 29 years ago.
Wow.
It wasn't planned. I think like most everybody else does, they don't plan on being homeless. But I arrived in Seattle, and I'll give you the story real quick.
Yeah, tell me whatever you want.
Yeah, so I arrived in Seattle via Greyhound bus, and this is when the bus station was on 5th or 6th Avenue at the time, and we pulled in about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and I had these ideas that, I was going to come to Seattle and get a fresh start. I've always wanted to come to Seattle, knew nothing about it. When we arrived, the bus station would not allow anybody to stay in the facility, so everything that I had, I'd put in a locker there, and I left the bus depot, wandered around in the middle of the night here, and when I went back about 6 o'clock in the morning to gather my stuff, everything was gone. So I was wise enough, I thought at the time I was wise enough not to take money or any personal, valuable things, which now that I look back on it was probably the best thing that ever happened to me, to be honest with you. So I when I went back to the bus station, I realized everything was gone. They were no help. I literally had a backpack. I had a nickel and 2 pennies in my pocket, and I didn't know what to do. And then from that afternoon on, it led me here, literally. I was wandering around, and I went into an establishment to get some water, and it's the most bizarre thing. I met a guy, and we were talking, and he was asking me where I was from and what I was doing, and at this time I had traveled probably 10 different cities via the bus, just trying to figure out what's going on with me. And I told him that I came from Laughlin, Nevada, which is, if you know Nevada, it's a small town on the Colorado River. And he looked at me and he said, "Oh wow, I used to work there." And so I thought, that's kind of weird, you know, in a big city. So we started talking, and he told me where he worked, and it happened to be the same place that my mother worked.
Wow.
And so when I asked him, you know, what department that he worked in, he worked in the same, my mom was his boss.
Wow, what a small world.
It was crazy.
That is,
and
yeah.
So I felt at that point like there was some kind of small connection, and you know, I had let him know what had happened, and then he told me about this place. And he did tell me, he said, you know, you can go in and you can sign up and get your name on a list. And it was right around September, I believe. And, you know, he did say, he goes, it's quite a long list. So you're probably going to spend your first night on the street or several nights after that until they call your name. So I came down here, put my name on a list. You know, they told me, hey, be in line by, I want to say it was like 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the evening. You would go through, they'd let you in, and you'd sit through a service. At that time, they had churches that came in every night to do a service, and then the guys that were running the shelter would come in, and they would read off the waiting list, I guess is what they called it. And I think at the time I was 5th or 6th in line. And I remember the guy came in and he said he had 2 beds. And I thought for sure, I was like, oh no, I'm not going to get a bed. Started reading off names and nobody was answering. And then when he read my name off, you know, naturally I was like, hey, I'm here. And from that first night, I got a bed. And still not really understanding what was happening. You know, I was angry. I was lost. I was scared. And I wasn't really appreciative at that time. You know, I thought this was owed to me.
Yeah.
So I carried that attitude for a while I was here. I would come in and I would sit in the back of the room and I'd put my headphones on and I wouldn't listen to any services that were going on. I just wanted to get my food, sleep, and then be done, you know. So that first night, I had never experienced anything like this before, you know. So I don't have addictions. I actually, you know, growing up, we weren't rich, we were poor. My mom made our clothes and stuff, but we were blessed. I mean, we had the necessities that we needed. And I remember that first night going upstairs and just thinking, what happened? You know, you have all types of people that are in these missions. And, you know, for somebody that had no experience with it, I was that typical person that thought, okay, people that are homeless are generally just lazy. They don't want to work. And I still thought that while I was here because I wasn't opening myself up to the experience.
Right. And it wasn't you.
It wasn't me.
That you were there, but it wasn't you.
I was the exception, right? I just had my stuff stolen, so I didn't feel like I had deserved what was happening at that moment, not realizing that it was probably the biggest lesson that I'm ever going to have in my life. So, you know, naturally, my mom always taught us, you know, if you get knocked down, get up, right? It's really up to you what you make of yourself. So that next day, I got up and I remember this temporary company called Manpower, and it's a temp agency that finds people work. So that very next day, I went to the building somewhere downtown, and I remember walking into the building, and the lady said, she asked me if I had an appointment, and I said I don't have an appointment. She said, well, you have to have an appointment. And I told her, I said, well, surely somebody's not going to show up. So can I sit here in case somebody doesn't show up? And at this point, my goal was to just make some money and get a bus ticket and go home. I wasn't going to ask my mom. I didn't tell my mom what was going on. I wasn't going to have her worry. And there was a part of me that was like, okay, this is going to be a challenge. Let's see what I'm made of. Well, surely somebody didn't show up, and I was able to get an interview, and I actually got a temp job at the Starbucks roasting plant that day.
Wow.
Still not really understanding why this is happening, right? So all these good things were being put in front of me, but all I was thinking about was what happened to me. So I did that. I think the rule back then was there was a curfew. You had to be in line by 4 o'clock or something, or you lose your bed. So I would go to work in the morning, and then I would come in line, and we were paid every week. I was able to save some money, and I believe at that time you were given 10 days free. 7 or 10 days, if I remember right. And then after that, you were charged. So I want to say it was like $1.50 or $1.75. It was an odd number that I thought, because coins were involved, and I remember this. So still sitting in the back of the room, and I remember being over here a couple blocks down the way, and I'm on my way back to the mission, and it was a weekend, and I was a quarter short. And I remember them saying that, you know, if you didn't have the full amount, because there's so many people waiting in line, that your spot would be given up. And I was a quarter short, and I would never ask anybody for money. You know, I don't. A couple blocks down the way, I was standing on a corner, and still bitter, still, you know, poor me. And I looked across the street, and there was a payphone. And I'll never forget this. I stood on that corner, and I said, God, if I'm supposed to be here, there's a quarter in that machine. And, you know, I get emotional about it.
Yeah. God was taking care of you.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I go in, I stick my finger in, and there's a quarter. And as I'm walking back here, I made the decision that I was going to pay attention. So I didn't quite sit in the front of the room, but I moved up, and I started to pay attention. And there was a church that came out from Northgate. I don't recall the name of the church. And there's this lady that was there. She was the only person that ever asked me my name. And I'm telling people, like, there's this misguided idea that homeless people just want a handout.
Yeah.
You know, that's not true. What I learned was, from my own personal experience, standing in line and watching all these people, you know, Pioneer Square is pretty lively. There's football season going on. I was telling you that this vacant lot next to us, the Green Bay Packers came in town and they rented it out through this huge tailgate party, and I'm up there on the 3rd floor listening to all this stuff, and I'm thinking, man, I should be out there.
Yeah.
Why am I here? You know, homeless people just want to be recognized as people.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, they need things. You know, they need to eat. They, you know, but I think what's more valuable, at least in my opinion, is that they're recognized as people, not a problem. And when that lady approached me, it was just another thing in the series of events that were happening that literally helped change who I was. So I completed my time here. I was able to save some money and get a place. My brothers moved out, and, you know, by that, and literally this was from September to January that all this happened, from the time I was in here to getting a little place. And it was nothing special, but it was, mine. It was actually one of those pay weekly type places. And when my older brother came out, I believe in January, we ended up renting a house up in Northgate, and from then on, things just happened. What I learned here was I met so many different types of people. I met, it changed it changed the way that I view homeless people. Some people are actually, I think everybody that's homeless, it's not by choice.
No,
nobody wants to live on the
yeah.
street. Even the worst of the worst, they don't want to live on the street. Some people, they have addiction, they have mental illness. Some people like myself, just things happen. And you hear the one thing, and I've heard you say it several times yesterday. The one thing that people say that really drive me crazy is, well, why don't they just get a job? Well, you got to ask yourself, the people that are saying that, just ask yourself, let's say that you had a house that needed yard work. Would you invite these people to come over to your house and pay them?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't, because there's this idea of what homeless people are.
Yeah.
And one thing that I wish, which really helped me, and I tell my sons this, at one time, everybody that's in this mission or in these missions around this city, they were kids, right? They had hopes, dreams.
Yeah.
Some of them still do. And I think we need to get back to a place where we just start looking at people as their people.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have problems. Some of them are maybe far beyond help. You've been out here for almost 24 hours. Some of these people have been out here for years.
Yeah.
And they're conditioned to survive. And anybody knows that when you're in a position to survive, you're going to do whatever you have to do to survive. It's you can only rely on yourself. Everybody else is out to get you. You're looked at as trash on the street. And then you become conditioned to that.
Yeah.
So when you come across somebody that's angry or, what you might perceive as unappreciative of the help that you're giving them, you got to remember that they're conditioned to think that way because that's what society has branded them.
Right.
And it takes years to get over that. The one thing that as human beings that is hard to recover once it's been damaged is trust. And I have a good life now. I work hard, and but I'll never forget my experience. The material things that we have mean nothing.
Yeah.
It means nothing. I mean, some of some of the most miserable people in the world have everything.
Yeah.
What I was able to do, and I attribute it all to the mission here, was I finished school. I went to film school, and I was able to finish. I was able to travel around I spent a total combined a couple years in Mexico in a trash dump for families that live in trash dumps, unrecognized by the government, babies that are born in the dump. And, I also was over in Africa in the largest slum area where, poverty is at a different level than we have here. And, poor is poor. People that, you know, when you don't eat or you don't have clothing, and that's all. It's all the same. But when you don't have opportunity, when you do not have an opportunity, that I think that's what's the worst for people, when there's no hope.
Yeah.
And I learned, if I didn't learn it here, and I'll be honest, I didn't learn it here, but I did learn it traveling and trying to help other people, is that I'll never complain about anything. You know, I don't know if any of that makes sense, you know.
Total sense.
I just think the key for those that are watching is, you come across people that need help, and you can't help them, or you think that you can't help them. You can, just by saying hello, you know.
It might be the kindest word anybody hears for a week.
It makes people feel alive. It makes them feel like they're seen.
Yeah.
You know, you can give a homeless person a bunch of money and put them up in a place, and in a month they'll turn around and they'll destroy it.
Yeah.
You know, because they don't know how to maintain it. Nobody's taken the time out to show them how to I don't know what normal is, but how to live a normal life, right?
Yeah.
What society deems as a normal life. Nobody's ever shown them that, and places like Bread of Life show people that. You know, and ultimately, it's up to that individual after that. You know, whether they want to maintain it. I can tell you that as a male, it's very hard for men to ask for help.
Yeah.
It's a pride thing. It's very hard for men to ask for help.
Yeah.
But you got to ask for help, right? We all need help.
Yeah.
I'm rambling.
It's okay. I've just really enjoyed listening to your heart and what you learned. I took you across the street and had Mike give you a little tour through. How did it feel to walk in that building after 30 years?
You know, it's like watching an old video.
Yeah.
You start to remember things. I've never forgotten this place. I've driven past this place so many times, and I've tell my kids, my wife, yeah, I used to live there. You know, but walking in there, it's like walking back in time. You know, there's some things that have changed, but I know that I know how these guys feel, right? I was there, and it's something that I'll never forget. To be able to go to a place where you can relate, where people can, and you don't have to have an addiction, and you don't have to have mental illness to relate to people. You just have, struggle is struggle, right? It doesn't discriminate. That feeling that you have, that hopelessness, that lost, it feels the same. So, you know, walking in there and seeing the booth that you check into, and you know, the staircase, the 2 flights of stairs that you walk up, and the cafeteria, it brought back a lot of memories. You know, it makes me feel proud that I was able to navigate that difficult part of my life. And if anybody's wondering, do missions actually help people? They do. You know, we just don't always talk about it.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and bravo to you. You've had courage to do this. I mean, I can't imagine the courage it took to come and talk to me about this, and knowing that anybody could watch it.
Yeah, you know, I thought about that too. So, you know, people are people, right? And people are going to judge. I'm not ashamed of where I came from.
It's made you who you are today.
Yeah, and for me, I think the most important thing is that my kids, understand that you can do anything that you want to do, right? You have to put in the work, And I think the biggest misconception that people have is that when they, you get this help, and then your road to success is paved in gold, and there's flowers everywhere. No, it's not. You're still going to struggle. You still got your daily things that you got to deal with. You're going to have jobs. You're going to lose jobs. You're going to have relationships. You're going to lose relationships. It's life, right? The difference is that how you handle those things. Do you allow yourself to be a victim?
Yeah.
Right, which you can for a little bit. Yeah, you're entitled to that, right? You're entitled to feel a little bit down and stuff, but you got to get up.
Right.
You have to. You have to show people that you really want to change, and that you really want you want a different way. And the more that you do that, the more people are apt to help. One of the things too is I hear. You'll hear people say, well, I'm not going to give that person any money because they're just going to go and use it on drugs or alcohol or whatever. Well, that might be true. But are you giving them the money? Why are you giving it to them? Right. Once you hand it over, it's no longer in your control or your say what they do with it. You're making a gesture to say, here, I'm here to help you. Now, I wish that you would make other choices. So, I think that's the hesitation for a lot of people is why they don't help. They're not educated.
Well, and to be honest, I don't give cash. I'll give somebody a gift card. I'll take them and because I don't want to feed an addiction. I don't want to enable. But if there's really a need, I want to help.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And,
I think that, and it's so hard nowadays, right? I think that we are, when I was here, it was different. The issues that we face now, were then back then. It's just wasn't so much in your face with social media, and there's more access to information, and now everybody is taking their phones out, and you see what they you see what they want you to see, but you don't see the whole picture. So get to know them. Get to know them, and sometimes that's enough. Simple kindness will get somebody through the day.
Totally. Yeah.
There's so many people that I think that have given up. Unfortunately, there's so many, especially in our youth. There's so many kids that are committing suicide because they feel like they don't have an out. They feel like they don't. There's nobody to talk to. That nobody can relate to what they're going through. And that's on us, right? That's on me. For somebody that's gone through that experience, that's on me to extend a hand and say, hey, look, it's tough right now, but there's a way.
Yeah.
You have to own 50% of it, though. You have to want to do it.
Yep. We tell the guys that we'll walk with you in relationship, but you're the one that has to do the hard work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it is hard, it's because you've been conditioned for so long to think a certain way, going back to like you're in survival mode. So, it's not going to happen overnight. It's not. It doesn't take. It's not going to happen in a week. We're dealing with human beings are very complex, right? In the way that we feel and the way that we think. That's not going to change overnight. And you know, when somebody asks me, to explain it to them why people can't change, or why are people so bitter, the only thing that comes to my mind is, and I'm not trying to compare people to dogs, right? But you beat a dog over and over and over, that dog is not going to trust you. It's going to snap at you. It's but you start to nourish it, and you start to show it some love, and you start to bit by bit, little by little, over time, they become loyal.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, like, because I felt it, that there's a lot of people on these streets that feel like they're dogs.
Yeah.
They are treated that way.
Many of them are treated worse than dogs.
Worse than dogs.
Dogs are treated really good in Seattle.
Yeah. They
will step over a person on the sidewalk.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
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 And that's sad because, like I said before, every single person was a kid at one point, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I think about. I think about, like, my kids when they play. Everybody was like that at one point.
Yeah. Sometimes when I'm teaching a class and I'm talking to the guys, I get this glimpse of them as a child. Like I just see it.
Yeah.
And it breaks my heart to think about what they've gone through. And sometimes very much of their own doing. But very often it started with people just treating them so badly.
Yeah.
And then they just responded the way people respond, and they did what they could to survive.
Yep.
And so, we want this to be a place where they can heal from that.
Yeah.
And find a new way.
Yeah.
So, and we don't charge for beds anymore, so nobody's going to be short a quarter. Although when I came in 2 years ago, inflation had made it $5.
Yeah.
People could rent lockers and pay for a bed.
Yeah.
And I will allow any government entity or organization to pay us for bed nights. I'll take their money.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to take these guys' money.
Yeah.
Not for that. Not
yeah,
for
and
bed
I
night.
think that people got to understand, cities like Seattle and Bread of Life Mission, they're doing everything that they can to help. And a lot of it's behind the scenes. We don't always hear about the ins and outs of exactly what's happening, but that's none of our business, right? We don't. If you donate, right? You know that this place has been around for a long time. I think 1939 or something, or
I
something.
think so. It's like 86
yeah,
years, I think.
So it's been around for a long time, and it's helped thousands of people. So, we have to keep it going. People need to get involved. They need to see, how can I help? What can I do? My focus is, this is where I met John Hull, is my focus is on our youth, because a lot of this stuff happens when we're kids.
Yep.
And we're not taught how to navigate through difficulties, right? So everything is so instantaneously these days, right?
Yeah.
So kids want to see instant results, but they don't know how to put in the work.
Yeah.
Or when they put in a little bit of work and they don't get the results that they were hoping for, they give up. So I'm involved in Little League and hundreds of kids throughout the Little League, and I played baseball. I use baseball as an avenue to reach these kids, and I challenge them, with the ball and a bat. It's a very frustrating process for kids that aren't used to it, but it's a way to show them that you're going to have difficulties, right? You're going to struggle. You're going to fail. And then you have a choice.
Yeah.
Like, you can quit and give up. That's the easy way to do it.
Right.
Nothing's going to get better. Or you can stay in the fight, as I like to say. Feel a little bit of that discomfort, feel a little bit of that pain, grow from it, and then you'll be able to navigate anything that comes through your life.
Yeah.
So, and it starts with our youth.
It really does. Yep.
I don't have an answer to the addiction problems. Like I said, I didn't struggle with drugs. I'm not going to comment on any of that because I'm not qualified to. All I know is that those people they're lost.
Yeah.
You know, and they're not bad people.
No.
Nobody.
They're
I don't.
hurt people.
They're hurt.
And they're broken. Yeah.
They're broken. They're lost. They, you know, I don't know. Guy, I wish, you know, I honestly, like, I wish I can spend the rest of my life just helping people. I really do. I think that that's what I was called to do. And I did that before we had kids, and I find other ways to do that, to contribute, because these are the people that are going to be taking care of me when I'm older, right? And we have a chance.
Yeah.
We have a chance, and
we start with where we are, right? With the people in front of us, and relationships, and teaching, and and then it goes out from there.
For sure, you start with yourself, right? So if you want to learn to help somebody, you take a look at the mirror and you start with that person that's staring right back at you, because you're only good to people as you are to yourself. You know, so if you're going to tell somebody, give somebody advice on how to do something, you better make sure that you're doing that as well. Otherwise, your credibility is shot.
Yeah.
You know, so. But I'll also say this too, because this happens a lot too. So you hear about, you know, you hear about all types of people that are helping each other, and there's this idea that the helper like lives this great, grand, happy all the time life. That is so untrue.
Yeah.
You know, we're really not different from the people that are on the street. The only difference we have is that is material things. You know, that's really the difference between me sitting here right now and the fellas that are up there sleeping, right? Is I have a home to go to.
Yeah.
And other than that, we're the same.
Yeah.
You know, we're
just people.
We're just people, and we're supposed to help each other. But we got to take a look at ourselves first.
Yeah.
You know, and really evaluate what are your morals. You know, what might be important to me, it may not be important to the guy over here. I don't have a right to force what I think on anybody. I have an obligation to help.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that that's what we deal with now is like, if I'm going to help you, then you got to do it the way I say you're going to, you know, and that's that.
Yeah, we need to be able to help people, but not force them into a corner to believe the way that we think they should believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We got to help them find the light, right? Yeah. There's a light at the end of everybody's tunnel, and some people's, you know, are chipping away at that with excavators, and some people are chipping away with the toothpicks, right? And but we all see the light, and we all want to get there.
Yeah, it's the tools we have, right?
It's the tools we have, you know.
Well, Wes, I really appreciate you coming down.
Yeah,
as soon as I heard about you, I wanted to talk to you, and so appreciate your viewpoint, and, you know, looking back over those years and remembering what this was like for you. So
yeah, I appreciate it. Bread of Life was changed my life.
Yeah,
it did. It changed my life, and I'll tell for the rest of my life, I will always remember that, you know, that chapter in my life, and it definitely gave me a boost up in life, and I would love to come back anytime and talk to the fellas, and
we will set that up.
Yeah,
we'd love that
anytime, whatever I can do.
Yeah, they definitely. I want them to be able to see people that have come through it and have hope. That it can be them.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Hey, thank you for being out here.
Well, we are going to go to break for just a second and help Wes get out. And I've got another guest coming on, and you're going to want to stay tuned for this because it's just another great interview. I can't wait to talk to him. So we'll be right back. Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook, and I have been sitting here since noon yesterday. And half an hour ago, I said, I feel great. I'm not so great anymore. I'm getting tired. So I just want to, we're sitting here at the corner of South Main and First Avenue talking about the issues surrounding homelessness. And if you've been listening and want to support what we do, please do the QR code in the corner of the screen and donate. And we had some really generous corporate partners that came alongside us, and one of them is Belmont Cabinets. Through the night, we showed some of their commercials, and I just love their like what they do and who they are. And actually, Tyler Bell is on our board, and I just so appreciate their support. So they were a $5,000 matching sponsor. What that means is they're challenging you for the next hour between 8 and 9. Well, we're going to go 8. Yeah, do we have time to do 8 to 10? No, we'll do 8 to 9. To donate, for people to donate and match that $5,000. We would love it if somebody would do a $5,000 gift, but if not, just give what you can, and let's see if we can match what their generosity was. Also, you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and our handle is Seattle BOLM. So thank you. And now I am here with a special guest. I haven't talked to him since January other than on LinkedIn. And I'm so glad to see you again, Joe Barsana.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm tired. So you're going to have to interview yourself. I'm just going to sit here and close my eyes.
I can do that.
and
I feel
let
like
you talk.
this is like season 2 Conversations on a Bench.
Yeah, right?
Next year you might have a Netflix special. I mean, you never know. You got a whole production going on here.
I don't know.
You never know.
I will tell you it's not going to be Hallmark.
Live streamers are like some of the biggest stars in the world right now.
Yeah. They make pretty good money, don't they?
I think they do.
Yeah, okay.
But we need you here.
We can look into that. Yeah. Joe, you are a housing case manager at Seattle Drug Court, correct?
That's right.
Can you tell people what that is? And then we'll talk about why you do it.
Sure, absolutely. So it is King County Drug Court, but of course
Yes.
it's in Seattle. We work out of the downtown courthouse over in right downtown on 3rd and James. So we work at the King County Superior Court. Drug court is a program that when people face kind of more serious charges due to a substance use disorder, it could be mostly property crimes. So mostly property crimes, burglaries, possession of stolen vehicles, things that typically people will do, kind of the disorder and chaos that we typically see. A lot of the retail thefts, more of the organized retail theft. So when people are doing higher amounts of retail theft, when people get these charges, if they're eligible, the prosecutor can offer them drug court, right? And drug court's a program. It's pretty complicated program, but more or less what the program is that if you can go to this program and finish the requirements of the program, and it's a 5-phase program, those requirements, of course, include sobriety, finding recovery. We do ask people to be productive, so people typically become employed. But most of the time when people come into our program, they're the folks that you see on these streets out here. I'm a proud King County Drug Court graduate. I always like to say that. I lived on the streets of Seattle for a good 10 years, right? So Drug Court was the program that I really attribute to transforming and saving my life. So I decided, why not go work for the same program that saved my life, right? But when it comes to housing, we do have transitional housing. And I think we all know when someone's trying to stabilize, someone's trying to recover, a key piece to that is having some sort of housing. If you don't have housing, if you don't have a safe place to go, it's really difficult to stabilize, right?
Yeah.
If you live in a tent and you try to make it to your appointment, if you don't have a cell phone and you don't have reminders to make it to your appointments, these are all really critical things that drug court can offer folks so that they can easily stabilize, recover, and become better again. So once they basically complete the requirements of the program, that felony charge that brought them into the program actually gets dismissed.
That's great. That's great. I really believe in diversion programs. They're just, some people might think, well, if they did the crime, they should pay for it. But what do we really want in our society? Are we looking for people to pay, or are we looking for people to stop doing what they're doing.
I think, we're looking for outcomes too, right? I
Yes,
think putting
right?
someone back in jail, letting them release, in my experience, from what I always say, the most difficult challenge for a lot of folks that are out in the streets like myself who are using substances was, there's that you get caught, you get booked in jail, and then you're released. You get caught, you get booked in jail, and you're released. That's a cycle, and it continues and
it's
continues.
an expensive cycle,
It's
isn't
an
it?
expensive cycle. And do we want that outcome?
No.
I mean, diversion, the thing about diversion is, regardless of your ideology about how you feel about diversion or justice itself, right? I believe in justice itself. It has really good outcomes. And
Right.
programs like LEAD, drug court, diversion programs, they have really good outcomes. And I think when folks are very serious about how their tax dollars are being spent, so they expect positive outcomes.
Yeah. Joe, I love watching your posts on LinkedIn. And I was thinking, I wish I'd had Joe bring a picture from before, because it's so real and raw to see your pictures. You were a scary dude.
I was a scary dude.
You really were.
And I think pictures are really important because it's really, when you see folks on the street, that's what comes into your head. You see that I'm nervous, I'm scared, I feel uncomfortable at times walking past people. I understand that, right? We want to remove that stigma, but we also have to be in the camp that says we understand that.
Yeah.
And when I show pictures of myself, 125 pounds, right? Shaved head, coming off of heroin, sick. Them having to hold me up into my booking photo because I was so
Really?
intoxicated. That shows that folks like that, when they are offered diversion programs, when they're offered significant treatment, housing, they can do better and we can recover.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you are just a case study of that. I mean, you have turned your life around. How long since you were in drug court?
I graduated drug court February of 2020, but October 29th, coming up, I'll have 7 years of sobriety,
Wow.
which I haven't had 7 years of sobriety
Congratulations.
since I was probably 13.
Oh, wow.
Maybe.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah.
That's hard work.
It is hard, and that's the
Yeah.
other part of it.
It's hard work every day.
Yeah, I mean, the
Yeah.
pictures, it shows a quick transformation, but that transformation is a lot of years of hard work, a lot of times that you feel like you're going to give up, you want to give up, but you don't give up.
Yeah.
A lot of support from organizations
Yeah.
like shelter support, housing support, treatment support, mental health support. It's a very complex, I think that's the issue, is it's very complex. It's not just remove the drugs and alcohol. Removing the drugs and alcohol is the easy part because you can just throw me in jail, right?
Yeah.
That removes the drugs and
Right.
alcohol. It's the
Right.
complexity of the housing, of having relationships with programs like Bread of Life and actually have a support system that gets people to actually recover.
Yeah. And likewise, when you remove the drugs and alcohol in somebody's life, you have to replace it with something, or it's going to come right back, right? So what have you replaced it with?
I think that's one of the number one questions I get asked, and I actually do the crisis intervention training for newer officers coming into this area. And what my number one answer is purpose. You have to find some sort of purpose, right? No matter what it is, you have to find a reason why you want to wake up in the morning, right? There has to be a reason. Some people, it's a lot of different things for a lot of different people. Some people are obsessed and love playing sports. Some people are like me who really want to give back. Some people really like, to do art, to do different things. There's a reason for someone to get up. I don't care if you are a sandwich maker. Some people wake up wanting to be the best sandwich maker in the world, and that makes them want to get up in the morning. And I found that is what I was lacking, and that a lot of us was lacking. To me, it's helping others. I'm so grateful that I actually get the opportunity to do exactly what who helped me. I get to do that now.
Yeah.
But the other part is finding purpose through, to me, it's spiritual. Right? Finding a higher power. I hike constantly. I'm a big hiker. I go on mountains. I do that. I like to challenge myself. I think a lot of us in recovery, a lot of us are in extreme sports because we still like the thrill of things. But
it's kind of its own drug, isn't it?
it is its own drug, and it's that, like runners, long distance runners, they call it a runner's high, and you learn over time you can fulfill that piece that was missing inside that kind of drove you back to substance use. A lot of it's trauma for a lot of people. How can we fill that hole that's caused by trauma, that's caused by generational poverty and chaos and violence? How do we get folks to kind of fill that hole so that they can become whole again? That's the question.
Right. And one of the things that we say here is that we're all born with a God-shaped hole in our hearts, and that we try to fill it with everything, right? It might be drugs, it might be shopping, it might be workaholism, and all of the things,
Absolutely.
right? And nothing fills that hole.
Absolutely.
And so we teach them that, you know, God can fill that hole.
And that's a big belief
And
in
then
Alcoholics Anonymous too.
Yeah. And then you feel whole. You feel like a whole person. And you can respond to life that way.
Yeah, and you find that when folks do, you know, you can see a light turn on in someone's eyes, you know, when you feel like that hole gets filled through whatever it may be that they find purpose through, you know, whatever spiritual purpose, spiritual awareness, whatever it may be, I think you see that transformation. And that's the neat part about folks who come into our program is they come from the streets, they're unhoused, they don't have that light on. They're going through a lot of chaos, a lot of misery. And then I always say, right in the middle of our program, phase 3, we do something called the empowerment plan. I love the empowerment plan, and I love the word empowerment because I feel like that's what happens when the light turns on. It's like they start realizing that A, I don't have to do drugs and alcohol anymore. That's really important. B, I can actually fulfill my life without alcohol and drugs anymore. And then they start finding these little things. And it's really neat to see people reunite with their children.
Yeah.
Reunite with their families, get their first driver's license. Like for me, that was incredible. I was driving around in stolen cars, no license, no insurance for so many years.
Yeah.
When I first got my driver's license, it's a big deal.
Because there was freedom in that, wasn't there?
There was.
Nobody was chasing you down. You were totally legal to be able to be doing that and to enjoy it.
It's freedom, absolutely.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of power in freedom. There's a lot of power, and I think, and that's what it's about, helping folks gain their independence, no matter what that independence may look like. How do we help them? You know, recovery is getting better. It's getting better. There's recovery from so many different things. You can be in recovery from cancer. You can be in recovery from substance use disorder, from mental health disorders. What are we doing to help folks get better? And some people, what their expectation of what they would like to do is going to be different than ours sometimes. And I think supporting people is important. Last time we did talk about accountability, and I think that's another important part. But, you know, to me, it's about accountability really drives people's empowerment, right? When you ask somebody to do something and have an expectation for them in our court, you say, hey, in the last phase of the program, we need you to be productive. And then you see somebody get that job, and you see them starting to go to work every day. There's someone in my mind that I used to run with on the streets for a long time. He's in the program now. And I got to see him come in, struggle like we all do, stabilize, and get better day by day by day. And now he works for the Seattle Conservation Corps, the city of Seattle, right? And this is a guy who probably hasn't had many jobs in his life, and he is thriving. And that's what it's about. And I think when we see folks walking down the street, when we see folks who are out here suffering, it's tough. It's a tough thing.
Yeah.
But it's also a complex thing. But what I thought about before coming in here today is like the complexity of our homeless state out here in Seattle. But to me, it's very complex, but it's also simple. It's what really jumps out to me is I call it the answer the phone philosophy. When I have someone in drug court and I have nowhere to put them for the night, I contact Bread of Life. What does Bread of Life do? They answer the phone and they say, we got a bed for you, right? There's organizations like that are so critical to, I think, the importance of getting people stabilized and getting people housed, right? If you hand someone out in the street a business card that says call 211, good luck with that. Maybe they don't even have a cell phone to begin with, right? So I think, thinking about it, a lot of these agencies that have been just doing outstanding work are Bread of Life, who are out here, boots on the ground. You have a lot of organizations in the Pioneer Square area, boots on the ground. We have the CARE team, which I think you're going to talk to Amy Barden or did.
I talked to Amy yesterday.
She's my hero.
Yeah.
I
love Amy.
She's incredible.
Yeah.
But, the CARE team, who you pick up the phone, someone answers, and they send someone to help. It's not, here's a business card, go to this address, go figure it out, right? There's people that are immediately there to help, right?
Right.
And I remember one time, there was a period of my life where I stayed on Pack Highway in Federal Way. There was one moment where I stopped and I looked up in the sky and I said, I really need help. I want to do something different. I didn't know what to do. There's really no places over there like that. If I call 911, they're going to tell me, why did you call 911 if it's not an emergency, right? And I remember walking down and it was raining and it was miserable and I was dope sick from heroin and I just wanted help and I couldn't figure out where to go. And the cool thing is there's so many new open doors.
There really are.
There's so many cool new open doors.
Well, and we expect people to just fix it, but why would we expect that when they've never lived that? They need somebody to walk alongside them and show them what it looks like, so that then they can emulate that. And if they've never been there, they need somebody to guide them.
And I'm so happy that you recognize that, right? And I think the lived experience, how you guys use your model, someone goes through your program, they get help, then they help others, right? Same with, peer support. Peer support's something I advocate for strongly, right? It is that connection, because when someone's struggling, they don't want someone who they cannot connect with to tell them or feel like they're judged to say, this is what you need to do.
Right.
But if you have me and you're in drug court and you say, well, listen, Joe, you don't understand. I can say, well, look at those pictures on the wall of my booking photos.
Yeah,
I do understand. And I can tell you we can walk through this together. That's a really big part. I think that's a really big part of a lot of the work that folks are out here are doing, is we're showing people that it can get better. And I know it can be tough because folks walk around and you feel like it's never ending. The cool thing about our jobs, we get to see that success. We get to see people come out of it. We get to see that rotation and people become successful and people get a job, or people get permanent housing, or people get stable and on their current medications and the things that they need to do. We get to see that. And I think it's wonderful to see.
Yeah, it so is. And, even the little things, like seeing somebody, you said about medications, like seeing somebody just get healthy. Right? Like get their teeth fixed, get their glasses, have their face fill out, maybe lose weight. One of our guys several weeks ago moved out, and let me tell you, a year and a half ago, I remember him at one of our house meetings. He was a pain in the butt. He was sitting in the back, just speaking up, being annoying. And I just, had to stop myself from thinking, this guy is just not going to make it.
Yeah.
And, he somewhere it turned. And he got a job. He's got a good job. And then I had kind of lost track of him, because once they start working, I don't see them as much. And he stopped me at the door one day and said, thank you. And I'm like, why? Because I remembered him as that complainer. And he said, for all you guys have done, I have a job, I'm saving money, and I'm waiting for an apartment. I should be moving out in another week.
It's incredible.
And he moved out.
Yeah.
And, I saw him the next day, and I was like, now I was looking for him. And I went, wow, you've lost weight, you've cleaned up, you look great. And it's part of becoming healthy.
It is.
Yeah.
Everything that we need, or people, us in recovery call normies need, everything that folks need in life is what they need as well, right?
Yeah.
Dental care. Try getting off of drugs if your tooth is throbbing, right?
Yeah.
And you're using heroin or using opiates or fentanyl to kind of subside a lot of the pain going on.
Right.
It's really difficult, right? Try just getting basic medical care, right? That's the complexity of it, is that there's just so many different reasons how somebody becomes whole again, right? There's a lot of different things, and health is a really important one. Yeah, we get to see that, but I think the other part of that too is, that's another great part about working in this field, is you never can judge a book by its cover. I have sane people will come in and they're yapping at me and they're like, and I, in my head too, well, this it's going to be a tough road for this person.
Yeah.
A lot of those people end up becoming the most successful.
Right.
I should know that because I was one of those people.
Right. Exactly. I think we need to look past the person in front of us.
Absolutely.
Look at them, but look past them and see who they were meant to be.
Absolutely.
I don't want to say who they could be, because that's kind of putting it on it, but who are you meant to be?
Who are you meant to be?
And to become their real self.
And sometimes it takes someone to ask somebody, though, what are you meant to be?
Yeah.
That's such a really important question that it's really difficult to think about those things, those grand macroscopic ideas when you're on the street suffering, right?
Yeah.
When you're on the street suffering, you could care less. You probably don't even know who the president is, who couldn't care
Couldn't
less.
care. Yeah.
Because you're on the streets
not
and you're
affecting
suffering.
you.
Right. But
Yeah.
when you start to stabilize, you get to do that almost human enlightenment. You get
Yeah.
to start understanding, who am I? What is
Right.
my relationship to the community? What is my relationship? How do I fit?
Yeah.
What piece of the puzzle do I fit in? And when you start figuring that stuff out, you see people transform.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And housing's a really important piece of that, for sure. Housing's a really critical piece. If someone doesn't have somewhere safe to go, it's just so hard. You know how it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you specifically know.
Well, and we were talking in one of my other interviews about neuroplasticity. And, when somebody's on the streets or, wherever, before they come into us, they are dealing with everyday emergencies, like real crises. Where am I going to find food today? Where am I going to sleep tonight? And the kind of thing that needs to be fixed today. And they're so that's how they process everything. And if it's not something that's urgent today, it'll wait until tomorrow, and then it's an emergency, right? And what I find is that when people come in and they start to feel safe and process things, it takes a long time, really, to help them get to where they can think further ahead and they can process goals, and that it's going to take a while to get to that goal. And how do you break it down? They lose that.
Absolutely. Goal setting is so important. And it's, again, it's so difficult, right? For me, in my experience, how I was able to get stronger was through routine and through building practice through that routine. Just like you said, if you're on the street and you do not have any routine, because every single day is different, because every single meal is different, every single way you earn $1 is different, every single place that you sleep is different. So there's no way to actually build any type of routine, any way to build kind of a system that you can actually look back to see that if there's any progress, right? And again, what's your motivation for any of that goals? If your only goal is to not feel sick that day, if your only goal is not to freeze to death, right? That's if that's your main goal, I understand that you're going to do whatever it takes to follow that goal.
Yeah. I want to ask you another question before we finish. And, when somebody is addicted, especially to opioids, it changes their brain, and especially the pleasure centers. Do you want to talk about that?
I think that's one of the biggest part of recovery, right? Is the reward centers, almost the pleasure centers, right? What through this action, I'm going to feel better, right? I'm going through trauma, I'm going through crisis. What's the best way to get out of that trauma, crisis, and pain? Well, usually it's the shortest way, the fastest way, which technically is going to be substances. And for opiates, right? Opiates is a painkiller. The word painkiller, right? It removes the pain from yourself. And you start to build these systems that show that this is the only way that you can feel good, happy, right? And that not only is it mental, it becomes physical, right? Because now if I don't use it, I become sick and I don't feel good.
Right.
So that is how the cycle starts. When people say, well, I know I'm going to be sick because I smoked fentanyl 2 hours ago, the last time I smoked. I'm going to be sick very soon. What do I need to do to get more fentanyl? And that's how that cycle starts, right? Because they're seeking that reward system. They're seeking to get out of pain, to get out of suffering. So they're going to go into a store and steal. They're going to go to your the Target in downtown. You're going to steal, and you're going to go and you're going to sell the items, and then you're going to get the fentanyl. And then that reward system shows you that that's what you need to do to feel better. So and that's the cycle, and it continues and it continues.
And the other thing that it does is it actually deadens pleasure for everything else, doesn't it?
It does. Absolutely. It does,
yeah. So let's say a parent who loves their kids, but they are addicted to fentanyl. All of a sudden, like a hug from that child is not pleasurable anymore, right? It's like it kills all the other pleasure, and it can come back. From what I've heard, it comes back.
It does come back.
But it takes a while to do that.
It takes a while, and that's why I think they see the longer that someone is in recovery, the higher success rate they do have, right? Because the biochemical things in your brain are actually working better. You're feeling better. The circuits are firing again. You
Yeah.
can find pleasure. But yeah, it's difficult. I'm really happy. There's a lot smarter people than me who are working on medical
Yeah.
cures and medications that really kind of speed that process
Yeah.
up. Right. I think that's been it's the gold standard, but it's really helped a tremendous amount of people because, first off, we don't want people to suffer and be miserable.
Right.
When you ask someone to be in recovery, you shouldn't be asking them to be miserable, to suffer,
Like
right?
to want to die.
Right? Yeah, like there's a thing in the recovery world that like, well, I broke my leg, I can't take painkillers. No, 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 no. You broke your leg. You should. That's
Yeah.
okay because
Yeah.
you're in pain. There's a big difference between that and something different that we're talking about. But yeah, we see that quite often. But the neat part is that we have this huge, huge community of people coming together to work together, very smart people, providers like us who come out and kind of dedicate our lives to helping others. And this combination and this continuum of care that we continually see in this area and in other areas, hopefully more rural areas too, because I know they're suffering out there. That's why we're kind of seeing success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm really glad for people like you who have lived experience and a passion to help people because that's what we need. We need people who are passionate about others and to stop people from going down that rapids.
I agree.
And so I'm glad you're there.
And we appreciate you.
Yeah, thank
Absolutely.
you.
We appreciate you and all the work that your team does.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, there's some great partnerships.
Yeah.
So, well, thanks for being here. And remember that we are in a challenge hour, that anything you donate right now will go toward a matching challenge for Belmont Cabinets. They donated $5,000, and we are trying to match that in this hour. So between now and 9 o'clock, I hope you'll consider donating. And we are going to be back shortly with, I'm not even sure yet what's going on in the next half hour, but I'll be back and hopefully a little more with it than I am right now.
Donate.
Yeah, thank you. We'll be right back. Thanks. Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook, and I'm just a little bit tired. I've been sitting here since noon yesterday, and I have times where I feel great, and then I just drop. But I've had some great conversations, and I will be here until noon. I can't say that my mind will be, but I will be physically here until noon. Anyway, I've been inviting people over, and I just want to introduce you to Will. Will is one of the guys in our program, and I just love being able to introduce the guys to you so that you can hear firsthand what it's like to be in the mission, and you know, just who they are. And so, Will, thank you for being willing to come over and talk to me. And tell me a little bit about you, and you know, maybe some of your backstory. How did you become homeless in the first place?
I guess. Oh man, I became homeless by I guess traveling. By when traveling and just trying to fit in and see where I was gonna go. And when I was traveling, I started seeing different things in different cities, which sort of like took me back by walking around cities and looking at what's going on in the cities and the environments. So and at the same time, it just blew me away in so many ways. So I knew I had to get myself together in so many ways. I apologize, but it's just hard out here for individuals trying to do it for themselves or by themselves. You know?
Yeah. Well, you know what? We weren't created to do it by ourselves.
Yeah, I know. And you know what?
Yeah.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Because if it were, there would be nobody else in the world with us.
That's right.
So
That's right.
I understand that.
Yeah, like even Jesus chose to do it with 12 other guys, right?
Yes.
So, so you found yourself to be homeless. What city were you in when you first lived on the streets?
Atlanta.
Okay.
Atlanta, Georgia.
So, were you housed before that, and something happened?
Well, I'm from Louisiana, so after Katrina happened, I moved to Atlanta, and after I moved to Atlanta, I became homeless, trying to do it on my own, and going through situations and dealing with people in ways that try to take advantage of my kindness and everything else, you know, that I had obtained for myself. And then me being kind-hearted, majority of the time my mom would be like, you give things away when you shouldn't. You should have something for yourself. Keep some things for yourself instead of giving it away or letting people like misuse it.
So, what happened in Atlanta? Like when you found yourself homeless, where did you stay on the streets? Did you get into a shelter?
I stayed on the streets for a little while, and then next thing you know, I sucked up my pride, and then I got into a shelter.
Right.
You know.
And so when I talked to you the other day, you had been in several different cities.
Yes.
Right. And we were talking about really how scary it can be on the streets. Right.
Yeah, it is. In a way, it is a whole lot because you don't know what's going to happen next, and you don't know. And when things happen, is unexpected because so much is going on, and so many people are dealing with so many issues and problems. And just like I say, like when you walk around and you see it, sometimes it affects you, and you become empathetic. But at the same time, you hear somebody crying out with a issue or a problem, and they're trying to consume alcohol or they're trying to consume drugs in order to try to override that pain, but it just comes deeper and deeper, and I'm looking, and when I see that, it hurts me even more because I feel like I can't do enough in order to try or I need to do more in order to try to help. But I can't help them unless I help myself first.
That's right. That's right. So, so you ended up here in Seattle, and were you on the streets here very long before you came to the mission?
I can tell you the truth, no, because when I first made it out here, I roamed around, and when I roamed around, it was a night, and then when I seen what was going on and I seen how it was out here, it's just as bad, like, you know, everywhere else. But at the same time, it's some people are trying to make an effort to try to eliminate that. So I went to this place down the street.
Okay.
Uplift.
Okay.
Then they guided me to Bread of Life.
Oh yeah.
And when they guided me to the Bread of Life took me in. And when Bread of Life took me in, I was like, this is amazing. You know what I'm saying?
So you'd been in other shelters.
Yes.
What was amazing here that you didn't see in other places?
The way they take care of the residents, and they see they're trying to the ones who's trying to, even everybody, put it that way, everybody, but they got more so people with deeper problems and issues. They give them attention, and at the same time, the ones who can sort of get stabilized and get back into civilization real quick, they tend to them too at the same time, and I appreciate that very much, because it's giving me an opportunity in order to try to sustain myself even more and get back on my feet even more, while helping them, while they're helping me, because they come to me with issues too that everybody else doesn't see.
Yeah.
And then we help each other.
It's a community in there, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's great. I'm so glad to hear you say that, because I think our staff is awesome.
Yes.
But it's so good to hear from other people that they really are awesome, and they're doing a great job. So, yeah, glad to hear that. What has changed in you since you've been here?
I could say my drive has changed. My heart for the city has changed after I seen how much people care here. And I could say my empathy level. Right? And I see how you're out here and how you're doing it, and I can hear the screaming and everything and everything else going on around, and I'm like, man, it's amazing that you're coming out here and you're doing this, so you can get a feel of how people are out here, and you can feel the environment of the homeless, and how it's affecting, or they're affected, or we are affected on the streets, and it's just amazing from that level to see that. And you gave up,
I would do just about anything for you guys.
Thank you.
I really would. And especially to tell people about you, because they don't understand. They just don't understand.
All right.
Yeah.
I feel, just like I was about to say, you gave up the comforts of where you are to come to this level and on the street and feel how it is. Just like most of the other people, I heard is a lot of people doing this across country.
Yeah, there are over 70 rescue mission CEOs that are doing this across United States and Canada.
And that is amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing.
Yeah.
Because I was like, man, she's still out there. I'm like, let me come down, and I checked out the window. Honestly, I checked out the window.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, I can't believe this. But at the same time, it's amazing that you do this, and everybody else does this along with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, we expect a lot of you guys. We expect you to stay clean and sober. We expect you to work hard on your sobriety and your the classes and all of that, right? I need to work hard too. I don't expect you to do anything I'm not going to do.
Right.
or I think I said that right.
Yes, I got
Yeah.
you. I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you, and that's what it boils down to. Boils down to when y'all open the doors for us and we come up in there, it's up. It takes the team, but at the same time, it also takes that one person to apply some effort in order to try to get back to the level of maintaining themselves and how can I say, just like push substances away or push negative people away or and get into a circle, a good circle, so you can continue to thrive and progress in life.
So I have a question for you. What is different this time that is going to sustain you? Like, you've been in other missions. This is the last one you're going to be in, right?
Yes, I'm. Yes.
Yeah.
You know why?
See how we're expecting more, right?
I understand, and I expect more of myself too at the same time.
So what's different now?
The tiredness of roaming, the tiredness of being dependent on facilities, the tiredness of for myself, the tiredness of just not being stable, So and when I came out here and I landed out here, I seen so much. This beautiful city, and I was like, yo, this is it. So now it's nothing but progression from now. You know what I'm saying? And removing myself from negative individuals and just maintaining on myself and staying focused on what I want to accomplish or what I need to accomplish, but also along the way help some who I can help.
Right.
What
classes are you in at the mission? What are some of your favorite classes?
Spiritual development. Continue to build me up spiritually. Continue to talk about Christ. I love Christ.
Yeah.
Because he sacrificed so much for us.
Yeah.
And
did you know him when you came in?
Yeah, I knew.
Yeah.
I knew him.
Okay.
But it improves my relationship with him even more. And how the guys up there, they be reading the Bible up there, and I'd be laying in bed, I'd be like, oh my God, like this is amazing. Just hearing the word.
Yeah, they're doing it on their own, right?
On their own.
Yeah. Like some people think, oh, religious organizations, they push religion on people.
No.
Is that
No, it's not. It's not that. They don't.
Yeah.
Or they don't hear. You know what I'm saying? Some places, maybe,
but not here.
Not here. It's they just want you to develop a relationship or try to bring you closer. They're not pushing. It's up to you if you want to do it or do you participate or not. So.
Well, and I think that we'll wait for that to go by. Okay, so I think that guys who are coming into the mission, they know their need because it's right in front of them, and they know they need God. And some of us who have more just don't see our need yet. Right? So it's easier to be honest about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes,
well, I love that guys are up there, like, just reading their Bible and talking about that, and I see growth. What else? What other classes do you love?
The class at 6 when we do the videos.
Yeah.
On Christ.
Oh yeah.
And I love that.
Yeah.
I forgot the name of it, but it's just it's awesome. And next thing you know, we Stephanie.
Yeah.
We interact with Stephanie, and Stephanie, she's just like call on you. As soon as you raise your hand, so if you got something to say, you can actually say it.
Yeah.
And not feel out of place or judged for trying to understand or understanding, asking questions. She doesn't come at you in a type of way where you feel like, okay, I don't want to do this no more.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Feel out of place. So
what are your goals between now and like to get out? What do you want to do?
Well, I start a job.
You did, or you're going to?
I started probably next week.
Okay, congratulations.
It's a good job. And then I had 2 other job offers. I don't want to say their names, but
Yeah,
I
don't
had 2
say
other
their
job
names.
offers, and I passed up on those for the other job.
Good. Yeah.
That I'm going to attend.
And is it going to be like a good income job that you can support yourself?
Yes.
That's awesome.
Very much so. Very much so.
I'm so glad for you.
I'm glad too.
So then how that works here is that, you've got this job. You're going to live here for a little bit longer, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And be able to save money. And the staff will work with you, Stephanie probably, on like, are you saving money and budgeting?
We already had that talk.
Right?
We already had that
and,
talk.
like there will be tenancy classes
Yes.
where you learn how to be a good tenant, right? And there's cooking classes, so you'll be able to learn to cook.
But it's not like all that was. I didn't have all that before.
Right. But if you didn't, it's there, right?
There you go. There you go.
Or maybe you've forgotten some stuff or whatever, but it's all there.
Yeah. For
and
taking
then
and for the help.
and so you'll have those dispersed with your work.
Yes, ma'am.
You're saving money.
Yes, ma'am.
And then Stephanie will help you to find a place to live. We've got connections.
Yes, you do, and then you at the same time y'all connect us with other locations in order to see if they can do something for us too at the same time.
Right. So you'll be able to find housing, but we also want to make sure that you're getting in a church community somewhere, so that you've got connections besides us. Once you leave, you're not out there on your own.
Yes, ma'am.
So our program goes from safe to sober, and then to stable, which is mental and emotional stability.
Yes, ma'am.
And then schooled and skilled, whatever people need to finish school or to get, qualified for a living wage job.
Yes, ma'am.
And so now the next step is secure.
There you go.
Secure is where you're working and you're saving money and being secure, in all the ways that you need to. And the next step is settled. So once you get housing, you'll graduate into settled. And then the next step is serving. It's where we know you're in a community, hopefully a church community, and you're giving back in some way.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's how we know you're healthy. You're not in that emergency mode anymore.
Right.
You're looking up and out, and you're helping somebody else.
Yes.
And so that's our program. So when you start that job, you enter into secure, and then you're securing your future and your housing in that role in that time. So.
And everything else that y'all don't see that I have going on, because you just see the individual, but you don't see what's going on in the background of the individual.
Yeah.
So by that, you are helping in so many ways, and I just appreciate that. That's why I had to say I had to come down.
Oh, I'm so glad you did.
So
I'm so glad you did.
This.
And I am so proud of you. And I just can't wait to see, like, you make sure. So sometimes I miss it when people move out, but you keep me posted on your job. And before you move out, you make sure I see you, because I want to celebrate that with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for coming.
All right,
thanks for all your hard work.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing what you do.
Thanks. So we are going to go to a national feed right now, and then as soon as that's over, we'll be back. And I've got some other interviews. And don't forget, right up until 9 o'clock, we're in a matching challenge, $5,000 matching challenge from Belmont Cabinetry. They gave that much for this event, and they're challenging you to give as well. So thank you. QR code's in the corner. Be back soon.
Great. Well, one of the things we haven't explored as much is really the initiative on health and homelessness that you lead as part of the T.H. Chan School of Public Health there at Harvard. And I want you to maybe share a little bit about how that vision and your passion for health and homelessness and the connection and integration, kind of how that was born and what it really looks like, because some of our folks will have not heard about this, and I think it would be both interesting and important for them as they look at how they connect these things as well.
Well, thank you so much, Tom. So I'm a very lucky person because I am a physician who was called into public health several decades ago, was the state health commissioner here in Massachusetts, and later assistant secretary for health at the federal level at the Department of Health and Human Services. So I've thought about major health challenges for the last several decades and had the privilege of addressing many of them. Challenges of health insurance coverage, infectious disease threats, tobacco control issues, issues of substance use. I heard you mentioning that, which is still a major problem in our society. But through the years, Tom, the challenge of homelessness have haunted me because it's so visible, it's so unacceptable. Right now, the numbers are rising, and you would think that with a crisis like this, that we'd have a unified national response, and we just don't. And particularly in academia, we try to rise up and address the toughest issues through research and education and convenings. But there's very little representation from academia in terms of the medical and public health schools. So now about 6 years ago, we started this initiative on health and homelessness at our school, the Harvard Chan School of Public Health, to try to bring people together, to inspire leaders to step up and try to address this field with courage and compassion, the way all of you do. And the only way to solve this crisis is to have partners like Citygate, have it be interdisciplinary, bring everybody to the table, and bring all resources to bear to ease suffering. So when I came and spoke at your wonderful national conference last May in Phoenix, I was just so impressed by the commitment and dedication of your network. And I was amazed I hadn't heard much about your group before, and that's nobody's fault. It's just a reflection of how fragmented the response is. So we are trying to build collaborations with groups like yours, Tom, and we're off to a great start. And I think you heard from my great colleague, Dr. Kate Long, a couple hours ago, who's a wonderful colleague of ours. So Tom, being on this webcast with you is another example of how if we work together, hopefully we can build our commitment and make a difference for people in need.
Love that. And I think that's a great entree. And where then, as over these 6 years and as it's begun to be lived out, Howard, have you seen it be effective or places where it's not quite as effective as you might have hoped?
So, before we began at our school, we had no academic attention to the topic of homelessness, no lectures, very little research. We didn't even have a course, if I can say, and that's embarrassing. 6 years later, we have an outstanding course. We have monthly seminars that reach national audiences. We have growing research endeavors, including one with you now, Tom, at Citygate, which we're very proud to start. We have national convenings on the topic that bring together colleagues in the housing world and the health world. And then through it all, Tom, I have been very touched because so much of this work is mission driven and you feel like it's a calling. And the more we say that explicitly, I think we bring in people from all faiths and all backgrounds to serve the most underserved people in our society. So all that's ongoing as we speak, and I'm very proud of that. One thing I always state too, by the way, we have increasing numbers of students coming to our school from around the country because we have this dedicated initiative on health and homelessness, and that just makes me very proud. So the more collaborations we build, the more connections, the more colleagues we meet who can inspire us and one another about working together to care for incredibly underserved people on the street, I think the better off we're going to be as a society.
Fully agree with that, and certainly agree that there is more serving we can do and more help that we can give, and more collaboration that we can have. What might be, Dr. Coe, as you look at some of the learnings that are coming out of this, some of the things that you might be able to look and say, yeah, these could inform our efforts at Citygate Network in a positive way, or influence some of our thinking or direction. What might those learnings look like?
Well, I think when you have a national crisis like this, the response has got to be nationwide, where we are learning about best practices and educating one another. So, for example, we hear about cities like Houston that's had a good track record over a number of mayors in terms of bringing people together to address the crisis. This fall, we are hosting the mayor of Denver, actually, who has taken this on, and he's one of many mayors. Actually, every mayor is addressing this and wrestling with the challenges. And then we're inspired by, for example, the track record of the VA. Many may or may not know that the VA has dropped veterans homelessness by over a half in the last decade, while for the rest of the country, it's going up, going in the wrong direction. And why did that happen? Well, we had leadership from the top, from Congress and the White House through successive administrations, with resources put on the table to bring together, for example, the VA and HUD, and then working very importantly with community groups. And so it shows that this is not inevitable in terms of the suffering we're seeing on the street. If people work together, their resources and leadership at every level, we can make a difference. And I think tapping into the spiritual support themes is so critical to keep this conversation a human conversation, and not one that slips into criminalization or other themes that are not recognizing the humanity of people who are on the street and needing help.
I think that's so true, and I think certainly within Citygate Network, that individual, people-focused approach is really what we're committed to, and recognizing that each person has need, and each person needs to be cared for and loved and supported. And the more that we can get closer in that relationship, the better we're going to be, and the more we're able to offer help as well. Yeah.
You know, my mentor in college, the chaplain at Yale, Reverend William Sloane Coffin, used to say, we should care most for those society counted least and put last. And
yes.
that is a haunting phrase, and I think applies very much to the conversation we're having right now, Tom.
Yes, absolutely, and certainly is rooted, I think, strongly in Scripture, in the words of Jesus in Matthew 25 as well. So appreciate that, and that might be maybe a little bit of a turn, because I know you do much in the area of health and wellness and spirituality. And how might some of the research of you and your colleagues kind of inform what we're doing on that substance use area or addiction recovery area, how you're finding connection and integration with that?
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, so this is a passion for me, and I can say, as if I can say, the son of a immigrant family, when we were growing up, you know, the church literally gave us sanctuary, which I will always appreciate. I mean, it was a welcoming community. We always felt like we were surrounded by people who cared about us and we cared about them. And then I mentioned this chaplain when I went to college, who was an incredible mentor for me, and in many ways pushed me into a public health career, because he was always talking about the big picture view on health, not just individuals, but populations and countries, and in fact, all of society, if you will. So that really instilled in me a sense of mission in my work. And you know, I started my career as a clinician primarily, which is of course taking care of individuals. I felt called to do public health now about 20 some years ago, as I've already mentioned several times. And it's been a life-changing experience, Tom. So as I teach public health to my students or interact with my colleagues, many of us feel that sense of meaning and purpose and are driven by experiences often from childhood about how we were raised, about what gives us a sense of meaning and purpose in our lives, often in a religious setting, if I can say. But we usually don't talk about it in an academic setting because somehow that's something you're not supposed to talk about, which I've never quite understood. I mean, this is the reason we get up in the morning and do what we do and make the life decisions that we make. And so we're trying to encourage that conversation in academic settings, respecting that people have very different views on religion. And if people don't find that of relevance to them, that's their decision, and we respect that. But for those like Citygate, where we lean into that topic and it motivates and strengthens the collaborations that we're trying to build to address crises like homelessness, it's really, really important. You're getting me at a very good moment because I think I can say this. We're wrapping up a research article, which I hope is going to be published very, very soon, that shows that, and what I'm about to say is obvious to all of you, is that when you look at programs like AA or 12-step programs, those are spiritual programs. They're talking about connection to something bigger than yourself and themes that are spiritual but not referred to as such. And so I've been struck by that in my work as a state health commissioner and as a U.S. Assistant Secretary, saying this is the spiritual side of health, which is just as important as the physical side of health. And why aren't we talking about that more? So that intersection, Tom, is a motivating one for me in my academic work. And I have the honor of working with some incredibly dedicated and brilliant colleagues at Harvard University on an initiative on health, spirituality, and religion. So that intersects with this work with all of you as well.
Love that, and would love to see that article or make it available to our network. That'd be great.
Okay, it's got to be accepted first, so
okay,
pray for me.
we'll wait till it's peer reviewed and then pass it on.
Oops, I can't hear you now. Oops, I can't hear you now.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Great. Kind of the last question, Dr. Coe, is around our partnership together as we're looking at doing some research with regard to Citygate Network and moving faith-based and connecting it in greater ways to evidence-based data as well as outcomes that we're engaged in together. And I'm excited for that and looking forward to taking those steps forward. Tell us a little bit about what that might look like from your perspective and how you're feeling about it.
Tom, we're very, very excited by this. So, as I mentioned already, my wonderful colleagues, Kate Long and Akhil Gupta, joined me in presenting to Citygate last May in Phoenix. And we all mentioned that we were just getting to know each other, despite the fact Citygate has had a history that goes back decades, right? And you're an astonishing national organization that's connected and trying to work together, which is never easy. And we in the public health world really had little to no interaction with your group or groups like yours until that fateful meeting. So Dr. Kate Long, who was on your webcast a couple hours ago, and we have started a pilot effort with all of you to just try to get some data together to see how many folks your network is reaching, what kind of spiritual support you're giving in your missions, as well as physical support, which is life-saving. Trying to measure impact on any of this is never easy, but we've got to start. But if we could have at least some descriptive article that is in the published literature at some point in the next year or so, that'd be a wonderful outcome to begin this collaboration together. And I think that's just the beginning. When I was especially in DC, faith-based groups would come to town, and the Department of Health and Human Services would often trot me out to, to talk to them.
Yeah.
And after a while, I used to open up by saying, "You may think I'm a doctor, but I'm actually a frustrated minister," and everybody would roar, you know. Because
Yeah.
I just love people who are motivated by the sense of meaning and purpose and calling, like all of you. So that's why we're here. And Tom, I know that's just a first baby step, but it's long overdue, and we're looking forward to working closely with you and your colleagues, and led by Kate, who is a very wonderful and promising young investigator.
That's great. Well, we just want to say thanks so much for taking the time for this conversation on a bench, and also for having spent time with us in the past, and hopefully more in the future as we continue to move forward, knowing that I think the support that you bring and the perspective can help share the story of Citygate Network, certainly the importance of what we do, and the outcomes, and how that truly does impact and save lives. So we're grateful for that.
Thank you, Tom. Great honor.
Great. Well,
Thank you.
blessings. Thanks again. Good to be together, Dr. Coe.
All the best. Thank you so much.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Hey, Michelle. She's muted. I think you might be muted, Michelle.
There we go. Can you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
I'm good. How was your night on the bench?
Well, for this year, for me, it's been a little bit easier because, in past years, I've actually spent the night on the bench and, talked to people for the majority of those 24 hours. But this year, Fresno, we kind of hosted Mission Control since we were the ones that kind of put it on last several years. And so kind of behind me right now, or in front of me, we have all these monitors and TVs that have all the different sites that are around the nation. So we have about 70 that are going on simultaneously. This one right now is being cast everywhere.
Okay.
And so we go back and forth between having these kind of what we call like national conversations that all sites are looking at the same feed, and then they will go and each have their own feed. And so my year has actually been a little bit easier because I haven't had to talk for 20, just sitting on a bench for 24 hours. You've been helping kind of facilitate what's been happening around the country. And so
Nice.
yeah, it's been really cool though. It's been really cool though. So I obviously know who you are, but would you want to introduce yourself to the rest of our Citygate world?
Oh, sure. Are we live right now?
We are live. Yeah.
Well, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Stieb. I spent 13 years on the front lines running Northern California's largest program for homeless women and children, a program
At Belmont, we know details matter. Small additions to thoughtful designs can make a large impact on daily life. It's our hope when your kitchen is complete, you have features that make your space feel personal. Because in life, we believe it's the little things that matter most.
Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook. I'm a little punchy right now. I've been sitting on this bench since noon yesterday, and we've just been having great conversations about homeless issues. And if you've tuned in, thank you so much. I just want to thank some people right now that have just provided us wonderful food. We just had breakfast from Mirabelle by Orphe, and it was provided, I think, by Tia, our good friend here. So thank you so much, Tia. You have taken such good care of us. I so appreciate you. So we are here now with Derek. How do you say your last name?
Skiba.
Okay, I was going to say it wrong, so I'm glad I asked. So Derek Skiba, who is the CEO of Vision House. And I don't know, now probably about 3 hours ago, I had Melissa here. and we talked to her for a little while. She kind of gave us more of the backstory on Vision House, but she retired when, like,
a year and a half ago. So I've been in my role for a year and a half.
Okay. So I've been here for just over 2 years. So really, we kind of started pretty close to one another. So tell us about Vision House for those who didn't hear.
Vision House is an organization focused on families. If kids are involved, we want to help. So family homelessness is the kind of homelessness that you often don't see here on the streets. Although it is becoming increasingly common, we find, for families to be sleeping outside in tents. But family homelessness is often in cars, couch surfing, that sort of thing. But for 35 years, Vision House has served Washington State, primarily King and Snohomish counties, and equipping families to gain stability and see this next chapter in their lives.
That's great. And you've got 2 or 3, 4 facilities, right?
That's right. So Vision House, you're right in the middle of the city. I love Pioneer Square, love downtown Seattle. We're on the outskirts. So we're up in Shoreline and in Renton, and we have several locations in each area. We also have a facility in Burien as well. This is a place where families can come and either receive some short-term, more emergency help, resources for cold weather, but also, most importantly, case management. So trying to solve those underlying problems that might have caused the period of homelessness in the first place. But for years and years, Vision House has had as its core program transitional housing. But it's not just housing.
Right.
Housing is not enough. It's the program behind it that will actually do the things with people, in partnership with people, to help solve those problems. So I believe that homelessness is very fundamentally a housing problem, but that's not telling the whole story.
Right.
Homelessness is a problem of societal opportunities, personal brokenness, societal pressures, especially among certain groups. It's a story that is often peppered with abuse and addictions and mental illness. But it's also a story for many people of just bad luck. This happened, and this happened, and this happened. Might have had a health issue. And then you're out of luck, and you find yourself in a circumstance that you've never dreamed you would ever be in.
Right. That is so true. I hear that often. I don't think it's the main thing, but it certainly happens a lot. I just had a guy on the bench a little while ago who was here at Bread of Life 29 years ago.
Wow.
And he came into Seattle, put his stuff in a locker at the bus station, went looking around, came back, and everything was gone.
Oh my gosh.
Everything. He had, like, I don't know, 7 cents on him or something.
Oh.
And he ended up at our mission, and he actually thinks it was a blessing. But it was just bad luck, right?
Yes.
Although I think God's hand is in that somewhere.
That's right.
Because it changed his life.
Yeah, I think that this happens in life to where we could really only see it in retrospect, like looking back.
Yeah.
But it's those moments of those inflection points in life to where we could go this way or we could go this way. So I'm thankful for that man's sake that Bread of Life was there for him to be able to guide him on a different path.
Yeah. I was talking to Melissa about the fact that really, like, a lot of what I talk about homelessness is from my viewpoint of the men and women in Pioneer Square and also what I did in upstate New York, but it is different for family homelessness. I think there's a lot more of that bad luck because, when you have one bad thing happen to you and then another and another, it's one thing. But when it happens to you and a family and you've got to support that family, it's just, it adds on to itself, right?
The cost of living here, it is especially felt.
Oh my goodness.
Just so acutely felt by families. So averages, the HUD estimate for a 2-bedroom apartment in this region is around $2,600. So that is remarkably similar to the take-home pay for somebody working at a medium-sized company. If you're making minimum wage, a full-time job. So if 100% of your income is going to rent, how do you possibly live?
It's like rent or eat, right?
Rent or, and so people get into these impossible circumstances to where you either have substandard housing, you're making sacrifices. We're finding more and more families are coming to Vision House hungry. And moms are admitting to us, I haven't eaten in a while because I wanted to make sure I had enough for my kids. So family homelessness, there are those problems that we commonly associate with homelessness around addiction, around mental illness, and that sort of thing. It does happen. Family homelessness is compounded by the cost of raising a family, the complexities of raising a family. What am I going to do with my kids when I go to work? If I don't have everything lined up, how am I going to pay for both food, but any of the activities, all the sorts of things that almost any family faces, these challenges of just living in our very expensive world, especially here in the Seattle metro area.
Yeah, I was shocked when I came out here. I knew rent was high. But, we moved from upstate New York, sold a 4-bedroom house and couldn't afford to buy here.
Wow.
Like, a little 1-bedroom.
Right.
It's just so, like, in different parts of the country, everybody thinks that their housing market is high.
Yes.
But it's all relative.
That's
to
right.
where you are.
When you have the average cost of houses around $1 million in this metro area, how are you possibly doing that unless you're working at one of our amazing, well-paid firms that, there's, lots of money out there, but not everybody has that. There's so many other people who are not making enough money to possibly afford a home, much less to comfortably afford rent.
And I can't imagine having a family in some of the apartments around here.
Right.
Because you're talking about a 1-bedroom, right? Or whatever you were talking about.
That $2,600 figure is for a 2-bedroom.
For a 2-bedroom.
But Vision House is serving families. And so ideally, if you have a family, you have more than 1 bedroom, you have 2 or 3 bedrooms.
Right. What's the average size family that you're seeing?
I use the average of 3 people when I'm calculating how many people we're serving, but it's usually 3, 4. We've had a family of 10 at Vision House. And there's so much responsibility on the breadwinner of the family when you really need 2 breadwinners. But if you have 10 people in your family, somebody's going to be needing to watch the kids. So it gets really complicated when you have a family and something happens. And sometimes that something is simply economic, but often that is the undercurrent to where you can't make a mistake. You can't mess up. You can't have an unfortunate thing. You can't have an addiction that you're fighting and keep your housing.
Yeah. And that's why I think it's so important for us to have safeguards for keeping people in housing instead of letting them fall out, and that doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help the landlord. It doesn't help the tenant. It just
This is a tough place to be a landlord. It really is.
It really is.
It is a tough place.
I have been a landlord, and I have a real heart for that for them because while I feel for the people who are struggling, those landlords have to make a living or at least make a mortgage payment. And all the laws really are against them right now.
And it's difficult, and yet we find at Vision House our goal is to try to find self-sufficiency. There's been a bunch of cuts to social programs. There's a lot of things at risk. We're seeing more families come to Vision House because of SNAP benefit cuts. Coming for food. There's a lot at risk right now in our time. But at the same time, there are good people out there that we are partnered with, landlords who want to work with Vision House, landlords who want to give somebody a chance. but when you when you might be working with a large corporate entity and there's just guidelines, it's not the same as a locally owned property to where the landlord can have grace in the same way. So we value our partners in property management, and we could not do this work without them. And we find that the vouchers to make housing possible are also very critical in this area. We're always trying to find absolute self-sufficiency, but we're finding for families especially, having a housing voucher of some sort is the difference between either getting housing or not getting housing in the private market.
Do you guys use Housing Connect?
We do. Housing Connector is a wonderful partner of ours. We were just meeting with them yesterday.
Yeah. We've just found it to be a wonderful program, really helpful to our guys.
And it's grown a significant amount just within the last 5 years. We were meeting with them about expansion into other places. So for Housing Connector. So what a great thing to find innovation in this realm.
Yeah, I appreciate especially corporations that are willing to enter in.
Yes.
It's definitely every time I hear a noise, it's like, wow, you are good. Did you see it on the thing? No, you didn't.
I don't know.
Yeah, it was a skateboard being dropped. So I don't know what happened, but I'm definitely watching all the noise around the square. So
there we go.
Well, Derek, I'm so fried. You just talk because I don't even have good questions.
That's great.
Yeah.
One thing. So I was with one of your right-hand people, Derek. Great name. Yesterday, at an event with Campbell Auto Group.
Yes, and we talked with Melissa about that.
Yes. So
go ahead.
So talk about. There are people in our community, especially locally owned businesses, churches, just good people who are wanting to make a difference and invest in the things that truly do help.
Yeah.
So Campbell Auto Group, this is a company in the Edmonds area.
Yeah.
So they have several locations actually into Montana. But they have partnered with Vision House for many years. We can credit the expansion of Vision House into Shoreline based on their prodding. Why don't you come up here into the North Sound? So thankful for Kurt and Craig Campbell. But they're funding partners of ours and yours.
Yes.
And to provide those resources. So I just bought a car from Campbell a few weeks ago. So happy to support this local business.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying. Like, we're not looking for a car right now, but when we do,
right.
and I sent somebody there recently too.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, I've got to check out Campbell because it's such a good company, and I really like my car.
Definitely. We are so excited to be partners with them this year and next. And just to see what that partnership looks like. But they are so generous, and they support 5 different organizations.
So Campbell
for 2
Auto
years.
Group, I mean, if Kurt and Craig Campbell went to every event that a nonprofit was having, they would be busy every weekend.
Oh, yeah.
But these are folks who have supported probably dozens of nonprofits. But right now they're partnering with 5 nonprofits, including Bread of Life and Vision House. So very thankful for that. It's a 2-year partnership, and then they're rotating into supporting other great local and national and international nonprofits.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. I just love what they do.
That's right.
And I love their heart.
Yes.
They're really great people.
And I think, so one of my favorite things, Christian ministry, one of my favorite things about and challenging things about the meaning of actually living into the gospel is all of these decisions that we have to make on a daily basis about how to respond to the world around us. So one of my favorite passages of scripture is in Matthew 25, and the parable of the talents. and the sheep and the goats and all of that. Like, great passage of scripture when you're thinking about what does ministry look like? What does personal responsibility look like? What does community responsibility look like? But in the parable of the talents, we see this responsibility to steward what we have well. And Bread of Life's been doing that for how many years?
I think it's 86.
86 years. Vision House, been around for a shorter period of time than that, but 35 years. So grateful for the history that I've been able to enter into there with Vision House. But with the parable of the talents, the person, the servant who is entrusted with 1 talent, and there's others entrusted with 5 and 10, was scolded,
right,
and beyond, because he didn't invest that talent into grow
right.
in some way, buried the talent. I see that as a great analogy for our opportunities in life. Certainly for my opportunity and your opportunity. What are we going to do with the talent that we have right here? These wonderful organizations with these incredible histories in a place and time where homelessness is truly a crisis.
It really is.
Where we become immune to seeing people because it is so common. And what a tragedy for our souls when we don't see our neighbors well. And what a tragedy to just disregard it, to say, this work isn't working, it's not worth investing in. This is core to who we are as Jesus followers, as we need to be people of action, of faith, people who will be persistent in the face of daunting odds to say, God, I don't know what you're doing here. I don't know how I am going to be used, but I will be stewarding what I have now. And I think that's the challenge for any of us in ministry or in our lives. What are we doing with our talents?
Exactly. I think I was talking to Pastor Jubal about that earlier. And just even with churches giving away the things they have that they're not using.
Yes.
And that's like a buried talent for sure.
Yes, and I've been talking with a local church. They've shrunk in their average attendance, but they have not shrunk in their identity as followers of Jesus, wanting to see God's kingdom emerge here on earth as it is in heaven. And they have come to Vision House to say, what can we do? What can we do with you? How could you use our facilities? How could you use us in this way to serve families experiencing homelessness in our community? So that's key. And I believe that is also part of the way that churches can become more relevant.
I agree.
When churches are all about ourselves, when churches are only looking inward, and there's value in that. There's value in stewarding and caring for people within our congregations. But when we only look inward, when we're not looking outward and really actively asking the question over and over again, God, what do you have for me now? What is my responsibility now? How can you use me today? How can you use my buildings, my resources? That's where I believe especially a younger generation can come and say, okay, this is not incongruous. We're not just a Christian country club just caring for ourselves and go away, rest of the world, or I hate you, rest of the world, even worse. But we can be about something rather than just against things.
Yes.
And what an opportunity for Christians to identify in our world as the world changers, as the catalysts of God's love.
Yeah. And, as I sit at tables with secular providers, they're all saying, where's the church? And, it's easy to think that, we've been pushed away from the table, but
that's right.
They're asking, where are we?
I see.
So, and maybe we have, I don't know. But at this point in time, the church has an opportunity to step up.
I think that there are barriers to Christian organizations to fully participate in good works in the world, barriers put up by our structures in our world.
Yeah.
However, there are opportunities today to still act as as individual believers, as business owners, as churches, and still do the things and invest in the things that matter. I hope that anybody who is watching today, any legislator, anybody who is making policy decisions, will see the value in ministry impact, in nonprofit impact, as the main indicator of who receives funds and who does not receive funds. If we don't discriminate based on our service, great. I mean, that should be absolutely. But let's look at the results. Who's getting results? Let's invest in those things, because we all want to solve problems and we want to solve it together. And so many people have come together to support both of our organizations. Let's invest in the things that get results.
Exactly. And you know, it's really hard in what we do to measure outcomes, because boy, it's messy human beings, right?
Yeah.
But whenever we go to DC, they're going, well, where's the data? And you know, one of the things that Citygate is doing is partnering with Salvation Army and Adult and Teen Challenge to come together and work on measurements. They're going to use the Harvard Flourish Index.
Yes.
And they're working on that right now, so that we have these outcomes that we can be measuring across all three organizations. Because between the three of us, I really think that we have probably the majority of work with the homeless. Some people may think it's government. I know that in DC they tend to think that, but then when we start showing the numbers of what we're doing in those kinds of organizations, hands down, it's the majority.
My background prior to Vision House, earlier in my career, I was a journalist. I was a TV reporter early in my career. But then for years, I was in international relief and development, including most recently years at World Vision. Incredible organization, serves in about 100 countries across the planet. What I saw in the partnership with government and private and church and corporate was beautiful. The impact of providing clean water, opportunities, reducing human trafficking, all sorts of things, opportunities for girls and women in ways that have not existed. Partnerships are good. Partnerships are good when we could all say, okay, we can agree on this. Let's invest in things that work. And I saw that with USAID. I'm grieved at what is happening. So I think that there's a place for private organizations like us to partner and to see great work happen together.
We really have to get in our whole society, I think, but you have to get away from this idea that we have to agree on everything in order to work together.
Yes.
No wonder we're not making progress. Let's find where we do agree. And move forward, and let the rest fall away.
Yes.
I'm
just saying.
I was like, what did I? See, I'm really tired. I didn't get that.
So I think the if people had that mindset, what could we agree on? We would be a much more functional society right now. I don't believe that we would have a government shutdown right now. If we had that mindset, and America, I believe that the best days are ahead of us. I believe that we've had great times in the past, that we've had great times now for some, but our best days are ahead of us when we could have a more just society. We have to get into this mindset that is less common now than I would say a few years ago, to where we are willing to talk to each other. To where we're willing to sit down and not vilify each other, but to listen to each other. And the difference between what our legislators are posting on social media, what they're saying on the news programs, and what they say to each other, those are
completely different.
People can make agreements. People can talk about the hard things and agree on the things that matter. if we're not just actively trying to vilify each other. We have a problem here in our community. We have a huge problem here in our community. That Bread of Life is part of the solution to that.
Right.
But we have to have people at the table to say, all right, what's working?
Right.
Let's invest in those things.
Yeah, and I really do think that some government is willing to do that at this point, but it hasn't completely trickled down
That's
yet
right.
to the local level, but it's getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. What if you had one wish or maybe prayer that would just definitely going to be answered when it comes to the crisis that we're in? What would it be?
A willingness to have our hearts broken for us to not see this as normal.
Yeah.
And that's all of us. That's
Yeah.
that's for you, for me, for everybody watching, for our families, our communities, our leaders, to not see this as inevitable.
Yeah.
To be troubled about what's happening.
Yeah.
Because I believe that if we are troubled and if we are not accepting of the status quo as okay, then we will have those conversations. We'll have those partnerships emerge.
Right.
We'll have funding emerge. We'll have scrutiny of programs
Right. Yeah.
to say, let's do the things that are actually bringing people
Right.
off the streets into successful, stable lives, out of the misery. Those are the things that I would believe could happen if we were allowing ourselves to not see our current crisis as inevitable.
Yeah.
Let's have a vulnerability. Let's allow ourselves to continually be broken about what's happening and use that to do something meaningful,
Yeah.
to reevaluate strategies, to reevaluate what we could do in partnerships so that we could see meaningful change in the future.
Yeah, that is so true. When you were saying that, I was thinking, just don't look away.
That's right.
You know, in my last mission, we had a high number of older women coming into our emergency shelter. And we talked about it some, but we found donors didn't want to hear about it.
Really?
Yeah, and I think it's that
When we look away, they were...
Yeah, well, like they're okay with thinking there's an old guy that's homeless. Like that
Yeah.
fits their paradigm. But it's too painful to think about grandma being homeless, so they don't want to think about it.
Yeah.
They don't want to think about kids being homeless, right? They'd rather, so it's easier to blame the mom who's taking advantage of the system because then they don't have to think
this
about
welfare
it.
queen
Yeah.
fallacy.
And not that stuff isn't happening.
It happens.
It
It
does.
happens, but so often it's people in some
it really
incredibly
is.
painful situations.
And so I think that we need to, like you said, be willing to have our hearts broken.
Yes.
And it starts with don't look away.
Yeah.
Like look at the person, see that person, see the pain they're in, and be willing to sense that they're like me.
That's right.
Right?
With the moment that we believe that it's them,
Yeah.
if we, even our language, you know, I don't know that I'm the most PC guy in the world,
Me
but there's
either.
something very troubling about saying the homeless.
Yeah.
When you see people in a life situation as one monolith
Right.
of bad decisions, of addiction, let's talk about people.
Right.
People in circumstances, people with, if we're Christians, people created in the image of God.
Yes.
This should be seared in, you are created in God's image. So what should that mean for my relationship with you? How can I love you well? There's a book that I would recommend around this topic called When We Walk By.
Yes.
Kevin F. Adler, the author. But it talks about what happens to us when we are just seeing people either as projects or just not seeing people as people.
Right.
But to actually encounter someone in this period of homelessness and be willing to learn their story and love them.
Yeah. Well, that's, I think, a great place for us to end. I think probably if we just got together, we could solve it all. But
It's
right.
We just need like another 30 minutes.
Yeah, right. We'd solve it all. But no, I'm so glad to now finally get to know you, and would love to get up and see what you guys are doing at Vision House and firsthand. And Melissa has just been a gift to me. We hit it off right away, and I needed a friend, so she's great.
It was much easier to enter into this role at Vision House having a great leader preceding me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, you were very fortunate.
Yeah.
So, well, thank you.
Thanks, Kim.
We are going to go to break for just a minute, and then we're going to come back and talk to one of our staff who's a very special guy. So we'll be right back. Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook, and I have been sitting here at the corner of South Main and First Avenue since noon yesterday. I'm kind of ready to go home, but it's going to be 2 more hours. And I'm actually feeling pretty good for that period of time, but I kind of lose it every now and then. So thankfully, the people I've been interviewing have kind of carried me. So anyway, we've just been having great conversations around the crisis that we have with homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. And we've just had some great thoughts on why we're here and what we need to do to fix it. And anyway, I would like to mention that we've had some great sponsors. Specifically, this hour is Spirit Transport. They were a matching donor or a matching challenge donor for $2,500. And what that means is that they're challenging you between 10 and 11 o'clock to donate and to match their generosity of $2,500. So you can give whatever you can, and we're hoping that over this hour that we'll raise enough to match that. So you can scan the QR code on the corner of the screen or go to our website, and you can always follow us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Please follow us because it helps us when we start posting these videos. We're going to break them down into individuals and so on. And whenever we post them, you'll get an alert, and it helps us to build our audience. So please follow us. I would really just so appreciate that. So I am sitting here, one of my last few interviews of the day, and I saved one of the best for last because this is Tyler. Tyler is a life coach here at Bread of Life Mission. And today's his last day. I'm so sad about that. I'm going to cry.
I might cry too. I'm really sad as well. Yeah.
Tyler is moving on. Do you want to explain kind of just...
Yeah. So
you're not leaving because you're tired of working here.
I'm not leaving because I'm tired of working here. I love working here. I'm moving to the Olympic Peninsula and a little bit more rural living. I have a wife and a son, and we're kind of ready to explore our new chapter of kind of living a little bit more rural life. So I definitely will be visiting the Bread of Life. Yeah. I love it here, and
your move has absolutely nothing to do with the cost of living in Seattle, right?
It has a little bit to do with the cost of living. Let me get started. Yeah. So yeah, the cost of rent, childcare. Just about everything costs a lot of money here.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, we are so gonna miss you.
I'm gonna miss you. Yeah.
You've been here for
about a year and a half.
A year and a half.
Yeah.
You were our first life coach when we added that position, and kind of just fleshed out what that looked like. Yeah. And you were left to your own devices a lot because we were in a growth mode. So, but you did a great job, Tyler.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
I would just love it if you would share, first of all, what do you do as a life coach?
Well, I do a lot. I mean, I teach, I do intakes, I help guys set goals, I talk to guys, I, hand out food at the door sometimes. I kind of do a little bit of everything. Usually I'm the first person the guys talk to. I explain the program to them. I kind of guide them through the Bread of Life and encourage them. Mm-hmm. I think mostly what I do, though, is provide someone that they can just talk to, someone that I think that a lot of these guys come in and they really don't have, a resource. Mm. They don't have a community. They don't have that safety net.
They don't have relationships.
They have no relation. A lot of them don't have relationships, or they have severed relationships or broken relationships, and they really just want to talk. And so I talk with a lot of guys, mm-hmm. and I help establish community for them.
Yeah.
I introduce them to other staff members. I introduce them to other guests, and I just, really want to make sure they feel at home here, and that they, that they know that we care about them. So, Yeah.
And you've done some cool stuff, like you've taken them on field trips.
Yeah,
right?
we've done field trips. We've gone hiking, frisbee golf, gone to movies. They've gone to baseball games, art galleries. Yeah, a lot of
Why
fun
is
stuff.
that important for people in recovery?
I think it's important just to feel normal, you know? Oftentimes people are like, oh, you work with like the homeless, and it's like, well, these are just people. Everyone, you know, likes to go out to eat, go out for a hike, enjoy nature, go to the gym, just do normal, quote unquote, normal things. And I think it's really important just to kind of, feel normal, you know, heal. And especially, you know, going on a hike and just kind of, we're in Pioneer Square, and there's a lot of people using outside. There's criminal activity, where constant noise, you know, and sometimes you just need a break from that.
Yeah,
it's
disconnect.
a really challenging place to work on sobriety and work on mental health. And so I think getting out into nature or throwing a frisbee really helps guys get their mind off of the challenges of urban living. I mean, it helps for me too when I go camping. So
yeah, it's so important. You know, the other thing is I think I've just lost what I thought, but no. You know, if you're taking something away, you have to replace it with something.
Totally.
And if these guys are going to stay clean and sober, we need to replace the drugs and alcohol with something. And I think they need to learn to have fun again, if they ever have. So I think just playing and
totally
I
totally agree. Yeah, just laughing. I mean, that's part of what I do here is have fun with the guys. You know, tell jokes, have conversations, talk about music, talk about shows. You know, it's sometimes people are just so focused on the recovery aspect, but part of recovery is having fun. You know, and
it's remembering you're human again.
Totally.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what happens here. Somewhere along the way, they come in and they're tired and they're stressed and anxious and fearful, and they get a little rest and they start to do some chores and go to classes and so on. And at first, I think most of them just do it because they have to. And then after a while, I think they learn to have hope that we start out with. We have it for them, right? But somewhere along the way, they take it out of our hand and they have it for themselves.
Yeah.
And it's really exciting to see that.
It's so cool because they often don't notice it until you point it out. But, you know, oftentimes they'll come in and they might be defensive or kind of hiding their past or just kind of ashamed at the position they're in. And I mean, I get it. And then they blossom pretty quickly. And it's really cool to watch them just flourish in a healthy environment, surrounded by community and people that care about them. And it's really cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I love that. What's your favorite thing about your job here?
Easily the people. I look forward to coming to work and talking with staff and our guests and just hearing all the stories, all of the stories. And it's just so cool to be in at a job where you can just share your life with other people, you know? I'm kind of like an open book. Guys ask me questions of my past and, you know, my family and my relationship with Jesus Christ. And I'm able to share that with them, and it's encouraged. And I encourage, you know, guests to share their lives with me. And so I love just the openness of it here. And it kind of creates it's a family, you know, we're a family. And so I love working with, you know, all of our staff. And that's probably my favorite thing, I think, just sharing life together.
Yeah,
you know,
that's great.
Yeah.
What do you have one or two quick stories that you can share without, you know, personal details about just somebody that you're just so proud of, or you know, just examples?
Yeah, I remember when I first started working here. I didn't know what I was doing. My background was I was teaching at a high school, and so I had some experience teaching, but not in any kind of life coach role or social services. And so it's really green. I had a passion for serving and a passion for Jesus Christ, and that really is what fueled me in those first few months. But I remember starting here and just kind of, it was like drinking from a fire hose.
Yeah.
It was a lot,
Yeah.
because it never stops. There's constantly people that need your help and want to talk to you. And so I remember that probably 3 months in, still very green, and a man who had been here before came in, and he goes, I messed up. I was with family, and then things got bad with a partner, a girlfriend, and I started using again, and I was living in a tent, in the middle of nowhere, and just, I was ready to, die. I had no hope. And I was looking through some pictures. He said that he was looking through some pictures on his phone, and he saw a picture of a group of guys here that he was involved with, and in the recovery group. And he's like, I'm going to take my last few dollars and go to Seattle and go back to the Bread of Life. And he was really, really nervous. He wasn't unsure if we would accept him. And I remember him walking up to the door, and you could tell he was nervous about even knocking on the door. He was he was just totally he kind of felt some shame for what had happened. And I talked to him, and I got to hear his story. And I remember, he didn't have his phone was stolen. And I told him, I was like, well, let's go to Chief Seattle Club. It's a local resource for tribal members. And he says, I just don't know where that is. Like, can you help me? And I said, yeah, let's do that. I checked with my supervisor. She's like, yeah, go walk him over there. And so I walked him over there, and I got to hear his story. And we got him connected with some resources. He got health insurance. He needed some high blood pressure medication and some insulin, and they were able to help him with that. And he was just like, thank you so much, because he had been like rationing candy bars and stealing candy. He was just trying to keep his blood sugar levels on point. And so that was the first time someone really just like thanked me profusely, and it really stuck. And he eventually started coming to. He was in our classes. He was in our recovery program. He was in our Bible studies, and he was participating. And he just he blossomed. I saw a guy that was just scared to kind of talk to anyone. Kind of like it was like a wounded animal. He was just scared to talk to anyone, and now he's talking to everyone, and he's guiding guys through the program. He's got a job with the city of Seattle. He's kind of loving life. He's about ready for that next chapter of getting his own apartment. And it's just so cool to see that transformation. Someone just coming here, just totally kind of broken from the world, not feeling any hope, and then just to feel the love of this place. And totally just transformed, and it's awesome.
I'm so proud of our staff when I hear that stuff. Yeah. Because it doesn't, you were a big part of that. You did a lot, but it really is so many touches, right?
It's so many touches. Yeah. It's everybody. It's our volunteers. It's operations staff. It's all of our teachers and case managers, our admin staff. It's really everybody. Our guests too. Our guests play such a huge role. And
their peers.
Peers, in the recovery process. And so it's and they themselves, they have to want to do that. They have to want to seek change, and they have to open up. And I think that's hard for a lot of guys coming in here, is opening up and then trusting.
Yeah.
The trust part is huge.
Yeah, it is.
Because I think we're kind of in a society where there's a lot of people that are hustling and scamming and taking advantage of others. And it's hard, especially in this environment when you're living on the streets, or when you've been in prison, or when you've been involved in, criminal activity or gangs. And so it's hard for people to trust Yeah.
Yeah.
And so trying to
Yeah.
regain that trust and say, hey, we're trying to help you. We're here for you. That's kind of half the battle is regaining that trust.
Yeah. That's great. Well,
Yeah.
thank you for all your time here.
Oh yeah,
and,
thank you
and,
so much for having me, for opening the door to this.
Yeah.
It's something that I would love to continue. I think I've kind of found my calling is working with men and women and social services, and it's something that I'm definitely going to explore in my future for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we will miss you greatly, but I'm glad you're close enough that you can come visit.
I'll definitely be visiting. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I am going to. We have a sponsor, right? What challenge? What hour is this? Yes. Okay. Between now and 10:30, or it's 10:30 now. Between now and 11:30, our matching challenge sponsor is Craft Real Estate at the $1,000 level. And Spirit, we're kind of doing them both. Okay, Spirit was 2,500. Craft Real Estate is 1,000. So in this hour, we're challenging our donors to give $3,500. So, if you could do all of that, that'd be awesome. But if you can't, $25, $50, it all helps. There's so much that goes on here, and every single dollar helps. So we'll be back in just a couple of minutes, and I will be doing a wrap up pretty soon as well. So we'll be right back. Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook, and we're here at the corner of South Main and I don't know where we are, First Avenue. I've been sitting here since noon yesterday, and I am so ready to be done. It's been fun, but I am tired. So, but this one is a fun one. I would like to introduce you to John Leaf. John is a donor here, and you can just look over there. You see us. Right. On the screen. But John, you are a regular donor, and every fall you bring us coats.
Right.
And so, what did you bring us today?
I believe it's
Pull
about
that up.
64 jackets, something like that.
Wow. And these are nice jackets. They're weatherproof.
There's some different styles, but there's like about 48 of these.
Yeah.
And then there's about 10, which you'd call maybe a shell.
Okay.
And then another 5 or so shirt jackets, which
Wow.
are kind of like a flannel,
Yeah.
insulated flannel
Nice.
shirt. Yeah.
So there's 10 big garbage bags, all divided by size, and a big bag of socks. And John starts off our Christmas gifts every year because we save these and give them to the guys brand new for Christmas.
Oh, okay.
And, if they need them before that, we give them to them. But they are so excited to get a brand new coat at Christmas. And so we supplement with, if donors are watching and they want to help out, we always need socks and like new shirts and underwear and stuff like that. And we give them at Christmas time. So that would be a really big help. So you kick off the Christmas season for us, John. Did you know that?
Well, thank you. Yeah.
No, thank you.
I'm glad to help.
Thank you. Why do you do this? Why is it important to you?
It's important because when I was a kid, I always remembered that when I got a new jacket, the world felt a lot better. It just made things seem better.
Yeah.
To have a new jacket, and I know that with the people that you have here, having something like that just counts. Just to have something new.
It does. It's like not somebody's hand-me-downs.
Right.
Nothing with holes in it.
Right.
Just something new that's all theirs. And somebody who cared enough to go and shop for it. They understand that. Yeah. I thank you.
It would be a lot easier for me to just give you some cash.
Yeah.
Because so what I did is ordered these, and then I ordered most of them from Costco. So they came in a box. I had to take them out of the box, put them in the bag, then, put them somewhere before I drove down here today. It took me half an hour just to load the car, so to do this is way more involved than just handing you cash.
It's a labor of love.
Yeah.
And tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that it's a labor of love for the little boy you were as much as for these guys.
Perhaps,
Right?
And my thinking is that if I give you jackets, you're going to hand them out. If I give you cash, you might use it for food or something else.
Right.
Yeah.
It's going to something that's important to you.
That's right.
And I think that's so important for donors. Like, we want to partner with people who have a heart for us and what we do, but what is it that they love? And let's partner in that way, not just like some people just want to give cash, and we'll take it. But we want to find what is on their hearts and help to make that a reality.
Right.
So John, I just so appreciate you. Every time I get your call that you're coming down, I'm like, yeah, I'm going to get to see John.
I can't remember how many years I've been doing it. I've been doing it for a few years.
Have you? I
Yeah.
mean, you've been doing it since I've been here, but
Yeah.
I think this is like the third Christmas maybe. So
Maybe.
Yeah.
And then I did donate a lot of the TVs inside.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
What makes you, like, when I came here, somebody said, well, John likes to supply TVs.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I was doing volunteer work at the hospitality kitchen in Tacoma, and just offhand, I thought I'd buy a used TV, and they could show movies during lunch.
Mm-hmm.
And they ended up just glued, to that TV.
Yeah.
And so I thought, whoa, I just couldn't believe it, how involved people were with something other than normal life,
Yeah,
right?
right.
It's an escape, you know,
Yeah,
and
it
we
is.
all like a good movie, right?
Yeah.
So I started giving TVs away to like Union Gospel Mission, to you guys, to the shelter down here. I can't remember. It's run by Catholic, anyway,
Yeah.
community services or something. There's a
Okay.
shelter down here.
Mhm.
So and Lazarus Center, I gave TVs to that. So I just started giving TVs all over the place.
Oh, wow. You have a generous heart, John.
Just because I know how much people like it.
Well, thank you. I really appreciate your generosity, and the guys do too. We'll let you know. I'm looking to Danny to make sure we know this. We'll let you know when our Christmas party happens, and
Okay.
if you're able to come, we'd love for you to come.
Sure.
And we have fun. We have silly games for the guys, and at first they're all like, yeah, I'm too cool for that, and then they start doing it and have a blast, and we give them new gifts for
Right,
Christmas.
right.
So we'll invite you down.
So you can give these away anytime you
Yeah,
want. You don't have
we
to
will.
hold
We
them.
won't wait all of them till Christmas, but we make sure that the guys all have some things to open at Christmas. So,
Okay.
but we don't let them go cold until then.
Right.
Don't worry, we don't let that happen. So thank you so much, and we are going to go to a quick break, and then we've got somebody else coming in. We're almost there. We're an hour and a half, less than an hour and a half till the end, and I just want to wrap some things up. So we'll be right back as soon as we take care of all these coats.
Testing, we good?
Yeah. Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. We are almost there. we're coming down to the final stretch, and I'm trying to rush to get some things in, so we're going to go really fast. But I have Chris Carter here with me. He's a street minister from Off Chain Ministry. Welcome to the bench.
Great to be here at the bench.
Tell me what Off Chain Ministry is.
Through all of the religious orthodox teachings that's taught in the colleges throughout life, and ever since we was grown up, I was taught these things, and I find in certain things I could not fellowship with other members of other organizations, and it kept a wall. So to have that chain, the collar unleashed instead of broken, so that we do find the similarities in us all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so what do you do as a street minister?
I do what I feel led to benefit the ones I find living on the streets. It's a lot of elderly veterans.
Really? Yeah.
I find a lot of disabled veterans, elderly.
That's really sad.
Yes, I didn't serve in the military, but my heart tells me to serve the military.
Oh, yeah. That's really cool. Where do you mostly work?
Wherever God has me.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm an active member with Camp United We Stand. They're right now at St. Dunstan's on 145th, just off of Aurora. We have been over on the east side of Lake Washington, in Kirkland. We spent some time in Kenmore.
Yep.
It looks like we'll be going back there in November. And in the camp, I do my best to make life easier on the ones there. Yes.
Do you feel like the people that are in the encampments, like, what do they want and what do they need? Like, do they just want to stay there? Do they want to have a home?
They want truth.
Okay.
They want truth. They need truth.
Okay.
It's more than just words coming out of your mouth. It's backed up by actions of your hands.
Okay.
And movement in your feet.
They want authenticity.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I've gone into some places, and if you do nothing around them, they'll do nothing with you. But when you do with them, they'll do with you, and they'll participate.
I think a lot of people have been hurt often enough, or lost trust, that they need to learn that they can trust you first.
Well,
right?
As individuals, we must learn that we've overlooked truth in labeling homelessness.
How so?
If an individual, and I'd be spiritually blank, if you love God, you love yourself, you love and respect your mom's home. She's not kicked you out. A houseless person will always be welcomed at any door they knocked on. If you hate God, you hate yourself, you despise your mom's home. She's kicked you out. It's took Eaton in this ministry to understand that there's a lot of homeless people living in some of the finest houses. And the street venue is as if a revolving door for the unjust. It rains on the just and the unjust alike. They all fall out on the streets for one reason or another: a spiritual war, a political war, war within themselves. And the just, when they fall out on the streets, they'll find themselves picked up a whole lot quicker than the unjust. You'll see the unjust waller in it, and then have to find their way. And in the encampment, it's as if it's a place to stop wandering, come back to community. Not all camps are ran the same. The majority of them, I do believe, are self-managed. And when the homeless get in charge of that camp, there's no hope for the houseless. The same with some of your shelters. Since I've been eating in the ministry, I've understood that In the shelters, they house individuals for a head count. There's a lot of digital dollars that come down the pike according to a head count. The same as they house in prisons. And they house a murderer with a thief.
Yep.
And the byproduct is a thief who's willing to kill you for what you have. They allow that person for a head count to be put in the shelter next to the houseless person who's trying to get ahead. And that's the houseless person is the person that will benefit society.
Okay, so that's how you're dividing it, is houseless
and homeless.
And homeless.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Jesus said he is a true friend. All right, and in his ministry and in his resurrection, he shows he is a true friend. The more of my friend I see coming out of you, the more we have to be in friends. Until then, we're just brother and sister. I've met people on the streets, and I've met people out in Washington, down in LA, who remind me of people back home in my own family. It's through that I understood that I was not able to choose my earthly family, nor am I able to choose my spiritual family. Those are all predestined to create in who us we are supposed to be today. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think that is the best thing that we can do to help the people that are in the encampments and to help them find real healthy life?
Well, as you hear a nation that is hurting because of outsourcing of work, there's one aspect of it that's overlooked. As much as saved from the manufacturer to outsource work, so the church outsources charity. Due to that head count, we can feed more people overseas than we can right here. I accept the curse that I'm revealed to of every day. And when the church acknowledges their fault in it, then we can come back to a nation that benefits.
So am I understanding that what you're saying is that we tend to give more money to international missions than we do taking care of our own right here? Is that what you meant? Yeah.
Yes, there's a large portion. It's the same as in the corporate world.
Yeah.
Yes, we outsource this. We feed more overseas than we do here. We can feed thousands overseas and still send the people feeding on an airplane and still afford it.
Yeah. Well, anything else you want to share today?
Oh, I'm here. Whatever you.
No, I'm at that point where I'm so tired. I have nothing left to like. I think a thought and it's gone. So,
okay.
But we've got just a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go to another break, and I'm going to do a close with Derek. But if you got anything else you wanted to share it. I just don't have a question for it. What do you think is? What do you think the folks in the encampment would want listeners to know?
I don't understand what the listeners don't know.
Well, I think that we're really trying to take an educational kind of point of view here and have discussions and have different viewpoints. And so I think that a lot of people see the issues and they don't tend to always see the people behind the issues. But I'm trying to help people to understand.
Fear.
Yeah.
The fear of being next to them causes them to shut up.
Yeah.
It's hard to teach people who are tied in society. It's easier to teach the ones out on the street.
That may be, but I think a lot of the people watching today really do want to learn.
Well,
and so,
It's as I speak with some people I meet out on the street that I see flying a sign, and they're asking man for help. We're not doing any good flying a sign asking man for help. In my street ministry, when I don't have a plate to eat, I ask God, you know, if I see a gentleman walking down or a couple walking down, I ask God if he can have them give me $5. I ask him. I'll see these people reach in their pocket and pull out a love offering, or I'll see them push the money deeper.
Right.
Stop hoarding. Stop hoarding. There's a lot of inflation that is caused due to hoarding. There was one time you had the elite, the oil industry tycoons, the phone company tycoons, and with the strong life that the computer has pushed out, there's a lot of wealth that's coming out of their hands and going into the young.
Yep.
And just as they did, they hoarded. This young is hoarding as well.
Yeah.
And that causes a lot of inflation.
Okay. Okay.
I know we're about to close. I'll close with this. We must let go of yesterday to love enough today to live tomorrow.
It's a great quote. Yeah. Chris, thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming down, taking the time to be here, and I thank you for what you're doing out in the encampments and just being there, a ministry of presence with people, right?
This leg of the ministry started here at the Bread of Life.
Oh, really?
Back in 2015.
Oh, wow.
I sat down for a service. We had the service and then the meal. I spent one night in here in a wonderful service before the meal. The meal was okay.
Yeah.
The next night, I had a service, and I was so fed in the spirit that I left before the meal.
Oh, wow.
I sat down with my scripture, and I know God has me where He has me, and I let the scripture fall open, and I sat there and I read chapter 8 and 9 of John. And as I was coming to the close of chapter 9, I hear the minister taking his place on the podium. And as I finish 9 out of his mouth, he speaks. For anyone who's been reading, I will continue to read in chapter 10 of John. I was on the edge of my seat. It was after that meal, I went and let that minister know that I've been fed and I knew where I had to go.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's great.
All right.
Well, thank you.
I've enjoyed it.
I appreciate it.
Hey,
and
y'all
we
enjoy.
will.
No matter what you see, no matter what you feel, man cannot give a smile. The smiles come from God. We lose our smiles when we give it to the deceiver.
We will be right back. Hi, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook with Bread of Life Mission, and I've been sitting here for like, I don't know, 23 hours, and I have no math left either. So I'm a little punchy at this point, but we're having fun. Anyway, we are here talking about homeless issues and talking about Bread of Life Mission and what we do. And I asked one of our neighbors to come. She's one of my very favorite people. And this is Sarah. She is the owner of O-Sun restaurant right here in Pioneer Square. And she's a downstairs neighbor because our office is upstairs. But Sarah, you came to our open house a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you would share a little bit about like your aha moments and what it's like to live across from the mission, because not everybody's happy to have a business across from the mission.
Totally. So like Kim said, my name is Sarah and I own O-Sun. It's a Korean restaurant in Pioneer Square. And that was actually a question I got a lot of, like, wait, it's across the mission. Are you
Okay
sure
with
about
that?
this?
Yeah.
And I was like, should I not be? And then just seeing all the changes that you have done has been just wonderful. And then going inside for the first time was just, it made me tear up, because I was like, wow, I can see how mission driven it is. I can see how much help it's giving everybody who is involved. Of course, I was most interested in the kitchen, and then meeting David. Who cooks, and I've actually run into him a couple times since, and that's been really nice, because it just, honestly, I don't look at it as anything other than just being neighbors. Like, it's not, I'm not like, this is like a homeless or like situation or whatnot. And also something that I've shared with you before is that it's been interesting, the 3 years that I've been here in the restaurant, I feel safer having y'all over there. There's been a few times where I've like needed to like unload things from my car, and they've offered. I know that they're like watching out for me in the restaurant. They, always check in to see if I'm okay, if I'm locking up. I've noticed that, like, I just feel more protected and safe because they treat it like a neighborhood. Like, this is their home.
Yeah.
So, just bet some quality people, and your staff is amazing. I mean, the staff is just wonderful, and I've made friends with some of them, and that's something that I just really think that it is important to acknowledge that, like, the mission, the Bread of Life, that it's just a part of the neighborhood. It's a part of Pioneer Square. It's something that I think is great. So yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that, because it's really important to me that we're good neighbors.
Yeah,
right.
totally.
And so, we don't want lines out the door, because I know how that looks and feels to people.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that the guys are respectful. And I really think, like, if people have an idea in their head about homeless guys, and they're seeing it here on this street, it's not our guys, is it?
No.
They
No.
may be seeing
Not at all.
people who are having housing crisis or mental health or addiction issues, but those aren't our guys.
No, not at all. And that's something also that I've been trying to be a good neighbor myself, where people, they do assume that. They assume that connection, and I go, no, that is not the same.
Yeah.
And it's not to even judge those homeless people that are going through something,
right?
Because they're going through something, but it's like, no, you should just know, like, the clear mission that's happening and who is who. I think sometimes people get surprised when they don't realize like who the people who actually live in there are.
Right.
Like, they'll walk by and people just assume that it's going to be a certain type of look, a certain type of, I'm like, no.
Well, and I was thinking that you've probably seen David 100 times before.
Mhm.
Now you know who he is, so you're
Totally.
seeing him.
Totally.
And it's the same with the guys in the program.
Yeah.
They're just out here, but they look like any other person on the street.
Exactly.
Yeah.
100%.
Because they come in and we teach them to clean up.
Yeah.
Actually, Brandon, our shelter manager,
Mm-hmm.
he used to be a barber. And so every Friday he does haircuts.
What?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
So they're getting great haircuts. They get clothes that are like donated clothes. We have a clothing closet upstairs. And so when somebody comes in, we're gifting them with clothes so that they can, feel normal, feel, like a regular person.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was actually funny the other day. I ran into David at Chef Store because we were both we were both picking up ingredients for our kitchen. So that was really fun. And I'm really glad that I met him and all the people that I met during the open house. That open house was such a good idea because like I think it's that thing that we were just talking about. It's that confusion of like people don't really know what goes on in there and whatnot. And the facility is so great in there too. It looks so nice. Like
what surprised you?
I don't know. I think the thing that what surprised me the most is how emotional I got. To be honest, like just to see maybe like how much is in there too. Like I didn't realize how many stories it was. Like I understand that I could have figured it out, but like when you're actually in there.
Well, there's one spot that's like a half story, just like in this building.
Yeah.
And I always look at it and go, where is that? Because it doesn't look like it. It's
Right.
like there's more in there than you think. So it is. But yeah, there's 3 stories and no elevator, no AC.
Yeah.
And you might think, well, I don't have AC in my house either. You don't live with 100 other guys. Yeah. Okay, so just keep that in mind.
Right.
But yeah, there's 100 beds up there.
Yeah.
Some of them are in individual bedrooms with 2 to 4, and then 2 big dorm areas.
Yes, I think actually now that you brought that up, that was very surprising to me to see how many beds, how many like living facilities that there were. I didn't realize that at all.
Yeah.
Like but there's still room for like the classrooms and like the kitchen and the dining room and like all that stuff, and it was just like it was very impressive, to be honest.
Well, thank you.
Yes,
Thank
absolutely.
you. So I really wanted Sarah to share this because this Tuesday we felt like, okay, there are other people that would like to come to this and just didn't have a chance or whatever. So we're having another open house this Tuesday evening. What's today, the 10th, so whatever next Tuesday is, the 14th I think, and you can watch for signs out front. And it's mostly for Pioneer Square neighbors and people who work here, but really anybody can come. And we just want people to be able to see, like what's in here.
Yeah.
People have walked by for years and never seen in the building. It's kind of like, well, what's going on in there? And we just want to open the door and show you our home. And just like any neighbor would.
Yeah. I love
So,
that.
Yeah. So I wanted you to hear from Sarah. So thank you, Sarah. We love having you as a neighbor too.
Thank you.
And we're hoping that Pioneer Square comes alive again and continues to grow so that great businesses like yours thrive here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, Kim.
Thank you. Well, we're going to cut really quick, and Derek's going to come in. Thank you. Welcome back to Conversations on a Bench. I'm Kim Cook with Bread of Life Mission, and I'm here with Derek Herman. Derek is our Director of Operations. Definitely a little warmer blooded than I am. You're out here in short sleeves. I'm freezing.
Just a little bit.
Well, I'm
yeah.
not freezing. I'm a little chilly. Right?
Yeah. You've been out here all day and all night, so.
Yeah, but his office is always cold, so it does make sense now that I think about it. Yeah. So, Derek, tell people what the Director of Operations does.
Yeah. In any nonprofit, small to medium sized, you wear a lot of hats, as you wear more than most. So, operations director here it's making sure that the guys have everything that they need in the building. The beds are there; they're clean, they're safe. The food is prepared. They have a safe environment where they can live and just be comfortable. And really, I think of that environment because we want the guys to be able to feel comfortable and be able to learn and grow in our classrooms. And so that's really where my responsibility lands.
Yeah, and then finance and HR.
Yeah.
Lots
and all the other hats.
No other big ones, just just that.
Yeah.
And Derek's been working on the audit this week, so it's been kind of nuts here, but everything's getting done. So thank you for all your hard work on that.
Yeah,
because I have been no help.
Beats being out here, I can tell you. I cannot do what you're doing, so I'm blown away and beyond impressed with what you're doing for us out here. So thank you.
Thank you. You came from corporate America, right? Like you had a corporate job before this.
Yeah.
And you've been in this role just about 15 months.
Yeah.
Something like that. So you had no experience in rescue mission work before. Tell people kind of what you've learned, what surprised you. You've kind of had enough time to marinate in it at this point. So
yeah.
What
a great question. And gosh,
I found that when people say what a great question, it's because they're thinking about how to answer. Yeah.
Keep talking while I think. I think, in corporate America, it's all about the bottom line and making a buck for the person or people above you.
Right.
And you do your job and you can take pride in that. And I think that there's certainly no shame and nothing wrong in that. But for me as a believer in Jesus Christ and as somebody who has a strong faith, I wanted to work towards something that was a little bit different. And that was important to me. That was part of a calling that God was putting on my heart. And so, I just jump in with both feet. And, thankfully Bread of Life was welcoming with that. And so for me, it's just been a whirlwind. I've learned so much about humanity, seeing how similar we are to the people that need help. That we have, I have more resources than most of the guys in there, and that's really the only thing that keeps me. And when I say resources, I mean family, friends, support system. Things that could be taken away at any moment. And so I'm, we're all the same. And I think the other thing is I'm blown away by how quickly people can heal and grow. Maybe not from everything, but from debilitating addiction and from incredible mental disorders and everything in between. They can heal from that in weeks and months. Heal in a way that they can
certainly turn around and start heading in the other direction, right?
Yeah, and it's visible. I think maybe that's what I'm focused on.
Yes,
you can see the visible outward change and healing that starts where the inner healing is also occurring at a much slower pace.
Yeah.
So that just keeps motivating and energizing, all of us, I think. And I'm just blown away by what God can do and what the human spirit can do.
Yeah. That's really great. We've got a really great team here too.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. And people have sat here over and over and told me that, which I love because, it's easy to go, yeah, we've got a great team and pat ourselves on the back, but, or just not know for sure,
Yeah.
right? Be blinded. But when other people say it, it's like, yeah, they're doing awesome work.
Yeah.
And it just feels really good to hear that. Not because what I've done and you in HR, but God's just brought this team together and they're all working really hard and they love the people that we work with.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you hit it on the head when you said God has brought these people.
Yeah.
I think God calls people to the mission field, and certainly we've seen that. And it may be for a season, whatever that is, a day or a month or a year, but they're making their impact, and it's a lasting impact.
Yeah. And one of the things that when we're hiring, we're looking for 4 C's, right?
Yeah.
And I should make you say them, but I
Oh.
see your face.
I know.
The first is calling. We're looking for people when we hire that have a calling to this work. It's not just a job, it's a call. And the next is character.
So
we're looking for character that's in alignment with our faith, integrity.
Yep.
All of that. And then the next is
I always get confused if it's chemistry or
it's chemistry.
Okay.
And chemistry, just how do we all work together, and
Yeah.
do we get along, and will we like to come to work and work with that person every day? And then the last is competency. And not that that's less important, but if somebody has the first 3, we can teach competency.
Absolutely.
It like you came in, you didn't know anything about missions.
No idea. Yeah, I had to
but
learn.
you had great experience in the public sector.
Yeah.
Or no,
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
in business, and you've picked up the rest.
Yeah, and it's you sort of have to learn, right? It's and really we do that in every job when we switch or we try something new. It's a little bit drinking from the fire hose, but yeah, you learn it. You have to learn because there's nobody else that's going to do it.
Yeah, exactly. We've grown the staff here, and we're still not where we should be for 100 beds. We found that when we have too many guys in the building and not enough staff, guys self-exit, and they just leave. And so when we have the right balance, we get traction. And
because if we don't have if they feel like they're floating through under the radar, then
they feel alone.
Yeah, they do. And sometimes they want to operate under the radar because that's sort of in their MO.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, they really want something more, and that's what they deserve.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're still growing. We need to grow the budget a little more first, but we're getting there. We have an announcement that we wanted to make today. We have some fun stuff coming up, and we really believe it's nonprofits are facing so many challenges with fundraising now, and the ones that are really strong are finding other forms of income besides just donations.
That's right.
Or government, which we've learned you can't depend on that either completely. So we've been looking at other options that we could do, and it needs to be something that aligns with our mission, and we wanted to have something that we could have like job training programs so that the guys in our program can get work experience. So, Derek, this is something that you've been working on, and why don't you make that announcement that what we're starting soon?
Yeah, sure. Happy to and excited to. We are going to be opening the first of hopefully several thrift stores in the next 6 months or so. So what does that mean for us? We're looking to diversify our income stream so that we can pay for the management and administrative elements of our Bread of Life mission through other means, and so that all donations are 100% going to the guys in the programs. And so, yeah, we're going to be launching our thrift store. It will start with a donations zone where people can drop off donations, and that's a great way if you have something that is of value, or even if you're not sure if it's of value, you can donate to something that is going to make a lasting legacy with your donated products. And we'll be announcing more of that soon. And we feel that this will be an extension of our ministry.
Yeah.
This is a way that we can reach young people. This is a way that we can reach people in the greater Seattle area, because we feel like that's a special part of who we are in the Northwest. And yeah, we're excited about what that can do and how we can reach others in new ways. So we hope that you'll watch out for more and keep an eye out. And if you have any questions, please reach out, send us an email. We'll have lots of opportunities for volunteers and donations, and we're excited to let you all know.
Right. We're especially going to be looking for church partners who will maybe do some clothing drives for us, or if you or someone you know has space that we could use temporarily to do collections, that would be awesome. So, Danny in development is going to be working on that and working with church partners and so on. And so basically the time period is between now, as soon as we find a place to collect, through January.
Yeah, December, January.
We're going to be collecting things. And the plan is we're looking for a place. And we'll probably be opening like the end of February, 1st of March.
Yeah.
So that's the time period. We have partner who is going to be like helping us with this and managing it. So it's not something we've just suddenly decided to add to what we're doing, but there are people who know what they're doing and are helping us with it. So exciting things here at the mission, and very excited to start that. And,
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And honestly, I'm starting to collect my stuff. I'm done. I'm going to purge. I'm
proud of you.
A pile. Thank you. He already gets rid of everything, I think. But, I've got a pile on my guest bed that I'm kind of adding to as I go, and that's going to be collected for the mission. So if that's on your heart, start collecting, and we'll let you know very soon where it is. So if you want to know where, would you please follow our Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube, so that when we announce it, you'll get that. You can. We're at Seattle BOLM, and so if you follow this YouTube or Facebook, that's the best place, I think. Or obviously Instagram. I just aged myself there because I go on Instagram and I don't even know how to do anything. So, okay, so what else do we want to talk about? We've got a few minutes. Okay. We want to thank our sponsors and our donors. Belmont Cabinets. They have been such awesome partners for us, and Six Robleys, both of which, Andy from Six Robleys used to be on our board. Tyler from Belmont Cabinets is on the board, and I just so appreciate them. They're just always there for us. And Craft Real Estate is a new friend to the mission, and they came forward and said, hey, we want to help with this bench event. And then Spirit Transport, Kurt from Spirit, is just a great guy, and we told him about this, and he was like, absolutely, I want to help. So thank you so much for all you do, because we couldn't do an event like this without those sponsors, and they were matching donors and so on. So the total that we raised for this event was $14,680.91. So Woo! Thank you so much.
Yes.
That makes such a difference to what we do every day. And then I have just such a special thank you to Tia. And I'm sure she had friends, other little elves that helped her, but Tia is this person in Pioneer Square that like everybody knows, and connects people, and she's got this energy. Like I don't think she really sits still. I don't know.
Her this time? Did you get a chance to interview her this time?
I didn't.
Bummer.
She would come in and leave, and but we asked Tia both this time and the last, hey, would you get some people to help with food for the crew? And like she knocks it out of the park. We had Cafe Umbria who supplied us with coffee like the whole time. And if there are stocks in Umbria, I should probably buy them because I go there like so often. But it was just so nice. And they know me. It's, you know, it's like where everybody knows your name, but coffee. So, you know, probably half the people watching have no idea because they're too young. I don't know. But what that was about, I don't know.
That's true.
Anyway, I'm finding my cultural whatever. Half the younger people just have no idea. Anyway, so Cafe
Google
Umbria, thank you so much. You keep us running. And then Luigi's Italian Bistro is right down the street on First Avenue. And if you haven't been there, oh my goodness, go in and order their arancini. It's like it's just so good. I haven't
tried that. Yeah,
we went to an Italian restaurant when we were in San Diego, and we tried theirs, and I went, it's not nearly as good as Luigi's. So yeah, it's really good. And then Cone and Steiner is a little market right down, kind of more toward the arenas. What are they on King, right? And they are great. They have sandwiches and just any kind of little thing, you know, kind of some groceries and snack foods and wine and whatever. And they're just little gifts. Great place to go if you're in Pioneer Square. And the Alliance for Pioneer Square supplied our dinner for last night, and they're just great partners. I'm on the Alliance board, and it's just, you know, I'm on the board, but they help me and they help the mission, and they're really great. They just have such a heart for Pioneer Square. I really appreciate that. And Lisa was on the bench with me yesterday. So yeah.
Can I throw one more shout out there?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to thank the Campbell Auto Group.
Yes.
They have reached out and said that they want to become partners with us. And what a great opportunity. You know, I'm just blown away when organizations want to partner and actually invest in the community. And that's what they've said along with these other sponsors. And, you know, it's just so easy for people to just focus on making money and be that as it is. But to actually invest back into the community where they live is amazing. So thanks to Campbell Auto Group, and we look forward to a long partnership there. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And you know, I talked to Melissa Gehrig, who was from Vision House.
Oh yeah.
And Derek Skiba too.
Yeah.
And we talked to them about it too, because there's just they've been partners as well. So love them. So what else do we need to cover before we're done? We've got about 15 minutes before we're shooting to the national feed.
Well, let me ask you, how are you feeling? This is what, 23 hours and 24 minutes? How are you feeling?
Well, it comes and goes. My brain, that is.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, I think I'm okay, and then I just drop.
Okay.
And I'm ready to go home, go to bed.
Yeah.
But it's been fun. Like, this is just like, I don't know, like a gab session with all my friends.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
that's
like
awesome.
all at once.
I can't even. What's
like that would be hell for you. I know.
I know. Yeah.
But for me, it's really energizing.
No, that's fantastic. What surprised you the most that maybe you didn't expect? Conversations or interactions or just whatever comes to mind.
You know, I had a lot of people that I had never met
Okay.
before. I love when I have somebody sit down on the bench with me, and that's the first we've met.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can do that in a minute. Anyway, I love when we can uh, have those conversations and meet for the first time.
Yeah.
And, there's always a thread that runs through the conversations. Last time was about how that we all need to listen to one another, have relationship with one another, but also the relationship that we have with the guests that we're serving. And this time was more about, there are the people that we serve are they lack relationships. And
Yeah.
and relationships are so important, that we have it with them, that we're walking with them, but also that we're getting them in community, so that when they leave here, they have a community to thrive in.
Yeah.
And I heard that over and over. And we talked a lot about fentanyl this time around. And
I noticed that.
Yeah, it just kept coming up. And to realize the urgency, the dire urgency that, just to recap that, there have been enough deaths from fentanyl or more deaths from fentanyl than all of the wars we fought since World War I.
It's incredible.
And when did fentanyl start? Like, I don't know, sometime just before COVID, or maybe it's been around a little longer, but it really in the last 5 years.
It's insane.
Like, why aren't we irate and just clamoring for an answer? Why? We're losing a generation.
Yeah.
The other statistic is that it's the equivalent of an airliner crashing every 2 days. And like, think about what that would be if that happened.
Yeah.
And yet we're asleep to this. And so that's been the big thing. We have got to do something about fentanyl. And you can come back from it, but it's a very short window. Like, really, fentanyl is a death sentence. And so if we don't get people quickly, they not only will they not come back, they'll be dead. But people like our chef, David,
yeah,
he was a fentanyl addict, and he's doing great. So we can come back from it, or they can, but we have to start treating it as a crisis.
Yeah, I think about, it's affecting the most vulnerable people in our communities, and unfortunately, I think that's what's partly contributing to it going under the radar.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be that way.
Yep, exactly. So we have somebody else here that's going to come in, and so we're going to cut really fast and do that. And I think it's starting to rain, so we're going to pull these underneath the umbrella, but we'll be right back. Okay. Hi, I'm Kim Cook, and welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, where I've been sitting here for almost 24 hours, and I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to sleep, ready to give my voice a break, but this is fun, and we've had a blast talking to people, organizations about the issues surrounding homelessness. So we will be back next October to do this again, and it's going to be every year at around this time, around World Homeless Awareness Day. And just so you know, there's another feed. If you go to, don't go now, but go to conversationsOnABench.org, and it'll show all of the 70 plus missions that are doing this across the United States and Canada at the same time as us. So we're all going to end together here in just about 15 minutes. They're going to have a final kind of wrap up, and we'll be joining that national feed. So thank you all for watching. But I've totally gone brain dead. Nathaniel. This is Nathaniel. I'm sorry, Nathaniel from Delio Brothers.
Yep.
Did I say it right?
DeLeo. We'll just call it Delicious.
Yeah, there you go. And this is a new pizza place in Occidental.
Mm-hmm.
So you came over to talk to me, and what did you want to talk about?
I guess
today?
I was out of curiosity. I wanted to hear some opinions or kind of express even the new businesses that come into town, or that are thinking of coming into this to as Pioneer Square is starting to kind of recover from the vacancies that whether reasons, whether it be COVID or just the business owners choosing to close up business, but whether it be the reason for the homelessness in the area. But as somebody who wants to spread the garlic goodness, or in our motto that we have, in garlic we crust, we just want to be able to serve as many people the experience of New York style pizza. The best compliment we get from a New Yorker is it's okay, which is a 5-star rating usually
from a New Yorker.
But as we've gone through the 3 months here, watching and seeing the different outreaches and the things that have gone on, from feeding the homeless to setting up a shop, or for you guys just been a corner here providing shelter, trying to see what that we haven't, I told my family that within our first year, my mom's not even going to get a discount. We're charging them. So we're trying to make sure that we can provide, and the things that we
be
sustainable. And once we're sustainable, then how do we connect with people and helping the situation that is very challenging and is affecting employment for me. I've had a couple good employees, and just by walking through the blocks here, having issues. Some of them frustrated with the police, or some of them we have our limit. We have our 3 strikes, and kind of it's just so out of curiosity, just wanted to discuss that and see how you have created this organization here, and I'm sure it was tough the first year too, or the challenges to get what
I love that question. Well, Bread of Life has been here for, I think it's 86 years.
Wow.
In this building, so they've been around a long time.
Yeah,
but I've been here for just over 2.
Okay.
And I came from New York, upstate New York, and the problem is very different there. It's hidden. And I was shocked when I came to a major U.S. city and saw things like people sleeping on the streets, tents on the sidewalk, people urinating and defecating on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked by that. I'm still not used to it. It's just, and I think that it's a policy issue. Really. I mean, we've got, we talk about how that homelessness is a lack of relationships. People have burned through, for one reason or another, no relationships. But there's also this mental illness and addiction that is rampant across our country. We have broken systems.
Sure.
It's just broken. And I just don't even know how you restart and rebuild the mental health in our nation.
Right.
We have to treat addiction like it's a humanitarian crisis right now. That said, I don't, as much of a heart as I have for the homeless, I don't think that we should be allowing some of what we're seeing on the street.
Right.
We don't just allow people to like they're stepping on your rights as a business owner.
Right.
And like I was out here all night and there was like a lot of noise and yelling and all of that, and that's stepping on the rights of these apartment dwellers that are here, and I don't think that's okay.
No. Yeah.
So like we want to be a really good neighbor. So like we've changed things so there's no line anymore.
Oh, okay.
Because nobody wants to walk down that sidewalk and have to dodge homeless guys.
Yeah.
Even though I think they're great guys, but actually when we had the lines, it was people who were coming in the emergency shelter under the influence.
Sure.
And they're kind of scary if you don't know that, right? So we've eliminated that, and we're helping people not to stay homeless, but to change their life and have life transformation.
Right.
So I think that's the answer. I really do. But there are other providers who have other ideas, and I think we need all kinds.
Yeah.
So, but honestly, like you're over there and you've got like this big screen TV looking out into Occidental.
Yeah.
And you're seeing, because that's where they're hanging out, right?
Yeah.
And that's where they're sleeping at night. There are tents every night.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't imagine what you're seeing.
I have a location in Minneapolis also, and our first week of being open there, we have we're kind of next to the transit center that feeds the Mall of America.
Oh yeah.
And so this scenario happened that was very violent, very 911 call, and we're looking at this, and the staff at Mall of America came to me and said, "Yeah, it was just like you get a front row seat," and I'm like, "We're on stage."
Yeah.
And so when I see the things going on, as much as people are looking at me, looking at the pizza, looking up there, I'm looking at almost
tables.
not empty tables. We've been filling up and we're doing okay, but I'm looking at the scenarios that you just described of loudness, fights, and I saw somebody get violently attacked, and for whatever reason between the two, but it was enough to say that person just got really hurt.
Right.
Called 911. Police showed up. He's bleeding everywhere, but he's ignoring and refusing help.
Yeah,
and he's just choosing. So it's like the resources that go into calling 911 and to just see it rejected, and then no necessarily any action done to the perpetrator or thing. So it's been weighing on me that part of the personalities that come in. So we have a gentleman, we'll call him Dwight. He has 3 different characters, and one is a nice guy, wants to buy a slice. He's got $6 to throw at a slice of plain, and has a good conversation, walks out the door. And then most of the other times it is inebriated, yelling at my customers, asking them to pay for a free slice. How come you won't feed me? How come you're and just we're the problem. And so I'm having a hard time understanding or trying to close my eyes at night, trying to say, what can I do when is it really the weight on my shoulder? Did God put that on me to be here to feed? No, that's not. I provided a place for some of my staff to earn an income, to grow families. I have 15 employees at Mall of America that right now are some of the top employees that I don't have to be there, and I'm able to come and do this, and they feed their families, and they provide for themselves. So the constant kind of, and that's why I was kind of curious what things work, or what kind of things we're talking about here that hopefully get to see some attempts or places. I think I've always said, pay it forward and stuff like that.
Right.
Well, I think I had a person at Union Gospel Mission had that Dwight character come in, and I said, sorry, you've been trespassed and stuff, and then they go around my shoulder and provide a slice for them, or give them their food. And right then and there, is that a policy that we should be make aware that people that do that kind of drive-by blessing or drive-by here you go a few bucks is actually just feeding more of that, because Dwight knows he can come in and bypass
get
my
somebody else to buy
authority and
it.
stuff.
Yeah.
So there's
Yeah.
so that's not trying to come here and
Nope.
vent, but you
Please do.
you got the discussion, and you are
that's what
you're
this was
opening it,
about.
and we're in our infancy.
Yeah.
And we have to, I can't be here all the time, so I'm that big, tall, 6'3" guy that I'll leave the staff for a couple hours, and I was like, okay, what happened?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. What was the most interesting thing you saw or situation?
I wish I had wisdom for you.
Right.
But I honestly look at the businesses and go, I just don't know what I would do if I were them. And, maybe the Alliance is great at convening, and maybe they need to get all of you guys together and go, what do we do?
Yeah.
And I think you need to be very vocal. Know who's who down here. Don't complain about us. Complain to me if there's a problem. But no. If we were doing that, I would want you to complain about us. But this is a policy issue. Like, there have been more tents lately, and something changed in the last couple of months with policy. I don't know what, but something's changed.
To where you're seeing more now?
I'm seeing more tents again.
Okay.
And they're not getting taken down when we report them.
Right.
Right. I have my thoughts on what that might be, but
Yeah,
I'm not going
to
state them right now.
Yeah.
And, again, I've talked several times on this, that there's something in the drug supply right now that's nasty, and people are...
Right. Yeah, that was something interesting to see was you'd see these, they're all kind of happy or getting on, and all of a sudden they all kind of turn in, it's like, so some supply was received, and you see that
there's something
change
nasty
in their demeanor, and it's just interesting to watch. And sometimes I'm like, I don't want to watch this view. I want to be busy with pizza, and we have our slow times or busy times, but
I feel for you guys in your business. I grew up in a small business.
Sure.
And I feel for you.
Yeah.
And if there's anything we can do, let me know. But and I'm happy to join in a conversation.
Yeah.
But I don't have much wisdom, especially after 24 hours.
Well, I
on the
appreciate
bench.
allowing a voice and then allowing to discuss it. Like I said, I was walking by. I'm like, I'm going to see if
I'm glad
conversation,
you did.
because I got 2 hours here to rest my head. We got the Mariners coming. We're gonna. They're making dough, and we're busy. My cousins, my business partners are
so
are
glad
running
you
the place.
did.
So.
And from this New Yorker, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's
pretty
really
good.
good. We are going to cut to the national feed because they're going to do a close, and then we're going to come back to us for the last 5 minutes. So we'll see you here in about 10 minutes.
Hotel room. I left a meeting so I could be together. I really just want to, how are we not, like right now, I wish we could all just applaud to these CEOs who've been 24 hours on a bench. These conversations have been helpful, challenging, informative, and more. And it points us to some really beautiful realities. And one of those beautiful realities reminds us of the mission. Now, if you're a Christian, if you're a follower of Jesus, you're sent on mission by Jesus. In John chapter 20, verse 21, it says, "As the Father has sent me." the gospel, right? So Jesus came serving the hurting. He came saving the lost. That's not my words. That's Jesus' words. Luke 19:10. The Son of Man came to seek and save the lost. So if you're a follower of Jesus and you're sent on mission, well, sometimes you do. We're all called to live sent. Sometimes these CEOs are doing it on a bench. They're living out God's call for them and inviting you to join with them. Now, we can join in different ways, right? Some of us give, some of us volunteer and serve, some of us staff. And by the way, let me also say, too, this has been a significant burden on staff across these missions and the City Gate networks. But all that to say is that if we have this call of Jesus, as the Father has sent me, even so send I you, then we want to partner with Jesus in his mission. Now, you can't do everything. Now, you personally, I'm going to say, Christian, you personally, you're sent on mission. That's what Jesus said, right? This is not just the apostles or some group of pastors. You're sent on mission. And you're sent on mission to your friends, to your family, to your coworkers, to your neighbors. And so I want you to respond like Isaiah did to God's holiness. He said, "Here I am, Lord, send me." And so there's lots of ways you can do that related to the City Gate network, right? So and let me just tell you, as like an outsider, I'm not like on the staff or anything of that sort. I really believe in these men and women and the leadership that they're providing. I'm guessing you do as well, or else you wouldn't have been watching this conversation all across the. In fact, if you don't mind, kind of we're getting near the end. There's still time for you to like and share, because when you like and share, it actually draws other people's attention to this. And I'd love for them to hear, and I hope you'd love for them to hear the good work of the City Gate Network. Just take a moment and like and share. It's one way that you can actually participate. But again, back to this theme. So if you're sent on mission by Jesus into the world, then that mission we've already seen is serving the hurting. We call that gospel demonstration. It's saving the lost. We call that gospel proclamation. So that's part of your responsibility as a Christian, right? So you're looking for opportunities for gospel demonstration, doing good in the name of Jesus. They might see our good works and give glory to our Father who's in heaven. We can do that in, through, and beyond our church. We can do that through partnering with City Gate Network Missions. We can also do that through giving. I mean, generosity is a beautiful picture of that as well. So Jesus came, right? We're joining him on mission. But I want you to hear, if there's one thing I want you to take away in my just concluding remarks, and we'll hear again from Tom in just a moment, but I want you to hear that Jesus has sent his people on mission. And there are a few places that are as clearly articulated in the pages of Scripture as things that like City Gate Network Missions do, right? And there are others, but this is a beautiful picture. So, but again, and the thing that brings me confidence is City Gate Network for decades upon decades upon decades have one mission with two big expressions to that mission: gospel proclamation and gospel demonstration, gospel demonstration and gospel proclamation. And those shouldn't be separate things. Those are together under one mission. So my exhortation to you is simple. First, thank you to our CEOs and those conversations on the bench. Thank you to the leadership of the City Gate Network, the leadership of all these missions as well. Thank you for showing and sharing the love of Jesus, right? If it's gospel proclamation and demonstration, it's showing and sharing the love of Jesus. Well, what a joy it is to partner and just to share. Thank you to the City Gate Network, and thank you for those of you who've been listening. Again, like and share so we get the word out, and may the name and fame of Jesus be more widely known because of your ongoing work at the City Gate Network. We appreciate you.
Period of time, who would imagine what this experience was going to be? How many conversations there were going to be on a bench? And I think what impressed me too was the number of conversations between CEOs, and how cool it was to be able to see each of you talking with each other. 93 at least different conversations, CEO to CEO, mission to mission, ministry to ministry. Thank you so much for your willingness to kind of take a flyer on something that we didn't know exactly what was going to be the result. But as we stand at the end of this 24-hour period of time, we really know that it's had an impact hearing from you a significant impact as you've been able to raise awareness with regard to homelessness and addiction recovery and mental health, as you've been able to share and show the love of Christ in very tangible ways and how significant that is. As we bring to conclusion this time, I just want to say thank you. Thank you especially to Matt and behind me, the Fresno Mission team, for being incredible hosts for us during this event. We could not have done it without their leadership, without their support, and without their help. So thank you so very much, Matt and Fresno Mission team. Want to say thanks too to the Citygate Network team, and who many of you slogged through all 24 hours providing Zoom rooms and making sure that we had videos and conversations as we needed them on the national feed, and being able to help in navigating with Louder and providing you the resources that you needed to have an effective conversation on the bench experience. To you CEOs, we just love and appreciate you. Thanks for being willing to do something that many of you didn't know what you were saying yes to. Probably your development people did, but you didn't. And thanks so much for sitting on those benches, having those conversations, and sharing your heart. Getting a glimpse at really your leadership that was humble and caring and willing to really put into put into action what it is that you do as a leader at your mission. And then tech crew and leaders, thank you. We know that this is tech intensive and incredibly challenging. And thank you for all the work in the months leading up to this, for all of the anxiety that you bore in the midst of it, and how significant it was to be able to stand here now at the end of our time and really give glory to God for an incredible event. We also want to say thanks to the mission staff and so many of you that helped do everything from put up tents to place benches to make sure that coffee was filled up to just enjoying the time of being part of the team. And we're grateful for all of those mission staffs. And then we want to say thanks to our guests. Many of whom really are not faith-based in what they do or why they do it. But you had the opportunity on a bench to be able to share your heart of why you're engaged, and many of you partner with a Citygate Network ministry, a local mission that is committed to help bring hope and healing to the people in your city or in your town or in your community. As we close out, I just want to share from 1 John chapter 3, and we read these words. It says, this is how we've come to understand and experience love. Christ sacrificed his life for us. This is why we ought to live sacrificially for others and not just be out for ourselves. If you see some brother or sister in need and have the means to do something about it, but turn a cold shoulder and do nothing, what happens to God's love? It disappears, and you made it disappear. My dear children, let's not talk about love. Let's practice real love. As we move from conversations, we really move to action. And I love being a movement of God that not only talks about loving people, but we show it and we share it and we do it through our actions. And thanks for your courage in being willing to do that. And as we close together, thanks for this 24-hour period. I think that brought awareness, not just to Citygate Network and not even to your mission and the significant things you're doing, but truly to the name of Jesus Christ and how we're committed together to show Christ's love through our faith. Let's pray, shall we? God, we thank you for your goodness and for your grace. We thank you that we can gather across the country as people of faith, as leaders in ministry, as those that are part of movement that do reach out to the hurting and to those who need to know of your love in a tangible way. We pray for those that are those that are part of our programs that are working through addiction recovery. God, we know that healing can come through the name of Jesus Christ and the power of the gospel. That we join together as a movement of faith-filled leaders who are committed to really bring to an end the suffering that we see in the people that we serve. And so thank you for this opportunity to be able to declare our faith in you, our love for others, and our desire to bring honor and glory to God in all we do. And so bless the conversations that were had, the seeds that were sown. We pray that they would come to fruition. We pray that there would be next steps that would be honoring to you, and that they would really bring community, that we are able to link arms in being able to love and serve in Jesus' name. Thank you for your protection. Thank you for your provision. And thank you that we can be people of purpose who want to bring honor and glory to you. These things we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. It's great to be able to have the end of this. I'm now going to kick it to our local sites for a final word from our CEOs there.
Welcome back. We are here. I guess you can't really see our staff, but we would like to just thank everyone for their time, the volunteers that came by, our sponsors that you'll be able to see on our page, and the donors. I thank you all so much, and the people that came down here all through this 24 hours and sat with me on the bench and just talked about the issues and talked about, really, I think they shared their hearts. And so many of them have a beautiful heart for the people that we serve and that they serve. And you've heard all this 24 hours about, oh boy, about this team. And here they are. And these are the people that are putting it down every day to help the people that are coming in our mission to find life transformation. So thank you, every one of you, because I just got to do the fun part. And you guys work hard every day, so thank you. Until next October, when we do this again, have a great day. I'm going to go home and go to bed.